as you know, surveying, especially elevation checks and all of that, is based solely on horizontals being parallel.
There we go.
Right? Well, that isn't a curve, right? That, you know, that isn't what they do. They measure a drop in the vertical, don't they? When you're doing surveying on your measuring rod.
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
Yeah, you do. And that's why.
If there's a change in the vertical, then what do you call that when you're measuring, when you're doing your surveying?
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
Change in elevation.
Right, okay.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
Oh, yeah. It's a drop it would be a drop any direction you go. Earth is always dropping away from you.
So the water, you think the water level drops away from you?
There we go. Yeah, I know it. I've not seen a drawing from LIGO.
The nutsack thing is related to
either arm, an X or a Y.
Let's say 400 meters. How accurate could you be? Set in a horizontal.
It is designed to be 33.1 arc seconds from top to bottom at that distance.
Wait a minute. The elevation from the water level is always going to be the same.
They'll all intersect. Those three lines will intersect in the middle.
There we go.
Oh shit, Brumpus went to bed a long time ago.
a nutsack drop is a pretty good demonstration of the globe.
There we go.
It's not my problem if you don't want to.
Just hang on here. Let me think about this.
Just on your own.
Go on.
Water level,
The water level is the most level.
The water level will show you level. You'll take your auto level then to the center of this array of of level points that you've established. Set it at the center and then shoot both ends.
Let me think about
You'll find out that they're dropping.
What, both ends of the water level lower
There we go.
than the middle?
We got a home.
You've got a hump.
Absolutely.
It's a hump.
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
Got a home base.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. God, I'm getting tired, Bev. Back up. That was wrong. That was something else I was thinking about.
33.1 arc seconds.
1 arc second, which at 400 meters would be in a vertical height of 12.6 millimeters. Buster.
It's not my problem if you don't want to.
Hang on here. Let
There
me
we
think
go.
about this.
You're just on your own.
What do you call a change in vertical in surveying?
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
You know, like if there's a vertical distance change, what's that called?
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
It's elevation and it's
so that's-
measured
so
from
you've
sea
just
level.
said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all
water
of them?
level changes in elevation
There we go.
from the point
The
you're
water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
So it's
wait,
not
wait.
establishing a level.
Wait
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on
I
a
think you
second.
might have got.
Hold
Whoa. Yeah.
Hold on.
Go on.
There we go.
Hold on.
Take a mulligan on that one. Let's try again.
Don't overtalk.
Hang on here.
Don't
Let me think
overtalk.
about
Don't
this.
Penrose.
Yeah, at 400 meters, the Earth curve is about 12.6 millimeters, so you're going to have to add that in.
Oh, yeah.
Add it into a horizontal. Where do you add it in?
Don't understand.
Yeah, that's what I feel like a lot of times, Buster.
Don't understand.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all of
water
them?
level changes in
Hang on, let me
elevation
think about
from the point
The
you're
water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
You're just on your own.
There we go. Oh,
No
yeah.
reason, no logic, no answers to question.
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
You're just on your own.
Just so that, you don't lose me here. Let's say we have A, NA, and NP on your water level. Where are you going to put your water level?
Oh, yeah.
What? I'm not putting the auto level anywhere. Now those
From what?
horizontals-
Okay, wait. Back up. Back up.
Whoa.
Back up. No. Wait. Back up. Back up. No. Wait, please.
Hey.
But on the curved Earth, what you just described is what we would see. We would have three different horizontals intersecting in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It's free for all Friday, as usual. But we are going to be going over something that we went over at the end of yesterday's sort of thing. But I think it's well worth visiting because there's so many lessons that we can take from this one example. And I think maybe the people that are within this arena, bunny ears, frantic bunny ears, friends, let's say. Yeah, and happy Friday the 13th. Free for all Friday on Friday the 13th. Come into Discord. Yeah, that's right. It's if you don't like your shadow giant gods from this arena perhaps being exposed, maybe the narrative that's been led down by this group of people, you best avert your eyes, because you may get offended by some of the stuff that gets said by this guy and how the Flat Earth Society plays, I think, are done within this. It is a bit weird. But it's logic night again, isn't it? Logic. Like I say, I think the biggest gains that I made through all of this is understanding logic a bit more, or realizing that it was logic that was causing me to ask these questions in the first place. That for the stuff that, I mean, even we've been in this arena, and I've said to the people in here countless times, I just don't get it, because I'm trying to understand, trying to work out what's going on modern day times, and it's become apparent that it can't be reasoned because it's nonsense. All of it's just nonsense, and talking of the not that just encourages more talk of the not that. And this is where we are, modern day 2023. Nonsense prevails, like that's it. So you trying to work out what's going on, sometimes you can't, because you can't reason with nonsense. If there's no sense to be made of it, then you put yourself into danger trying to make sense of it. So you put, I say danger, you put your mind into a place where you're opening up turmoil to it. And there have been people within this arena that have aided that within everybody that's in it. Like, whether, if you've been in this arena for, I'd say, above 2 or 3 years, because you enter it and you dive deep into it, you inevitably end up wanting to communicate with people about things. Now, that may just be, you may be happy talking to them and commenting on the YouTube channel. You may get to talk to them on Twitter. They may be replying to you on some sort of a thing, and that may be enough for you, but mostly it's not. People want to come into this arena and experience it, because it is an experience. You open yourselves up to this sort of communication. You test yourself to see how well you can communicate. Now, there are people within this arena who get given this, put up on a pedestal, given sort of superstar status, mainly on the globe side, but I mean, their flat earth heroes are out there too. fighting for the cause of the flat Earth, for whatever reason. So there's this mindset of this model goes out throughout this whole thing. Now, there is a narrative that these guys want to push. I've been in this trying to work out why they want to push this narrative, because it's pretty obvious that the Earth's not flat. And the best way to communicate that is to tell people that the Earth's not flat. But the people that should be taking that on don't want to either. It's just, it gets very complicated. But there's a narrative that wants to be pushed against the flat Earth. Quite rightly so, right? It's ridiculous. There is only reality, and it's quite obviously not flat. So there's a group of people that want to say that it is, and then there's another group of people that want to say that the flat Earth is stupid. That's seems to be the arena that we're in now. I'm not interested in calling flat Earthers stupid, because it seems like they're an active group of people that want to push something with a cause. What it is they're wanting to push, I don't know. I think I heard on one of the channels today, Flat Earth Debate, a guy called Nathan Oakley said that he knows the model better than anybody else. So he's the one that's pushing the model. He's the one that's coming up with the arguments to rebut the model that he knows best. How does he know it best? It's Flat Earth Society. He's the one that's pushing the model. Same as Robotham. Same as QE. All the same, they're the ones that are pushing the model. You'll never hear it from anybody else, because nobody else knows anything about the model. But certain people do. Right, so we're going to go over a little thing here. So first off, we get this screen. Right, so this is that website, and I thought I'd give you an example of the people that have run this website and give you an idea who they are, because obviously the people that are promoted on this website as the ones that are debunking whatever, they're the ones that put their efforts into this channel. And this is me. I put my name in. Bev, try thinking. And here we go. It's try thinking. Somebody's name. And the flat Earth. And then the first video here is a debunk by Fight the Flat Earth. Debunk of what? Can't understand more than 2 dimensions. Well, I think if anybody knows anything about what we do, we've been talking about book 11, solid geometry, which is definitely 3-dimensional. So it's a blatant lie. First video, blatant lie, debunking something to do with flat Earth, but that's just geometry, nothing to do with flat Earth. I've never had anything to do with flat Earth other than talking to flat earthers and these model afflicted people. It's what I do mostly all the time. So the debunk was by Hopeful Pessimist. There's another one. I might have to have a look at that video, I don't know. This looks like a geometric thing about a bridge, so definitely nothing to do with flat Earth. That's a bridge. And there's a, I don't know, baseball court or something, I don't know. Then debunked by Slice Barcane video, Bev's water level test. So he's debunking a water level test. Slice Barcane, the guy that's doing the bending water level test, and still hasn't done it. Went over it last night, talking to him. Last chance I got to talk to him. Another debunk by Blue Marble Science. Is level horizontal? Nope, says Blue Marble. Another debunk by Blue Marble Science. These are all links to Blue Marble Science's videos debunking some of the stuff we've done for some reason. Blue Marble Science is the one that's being promoted on this channel, on this YouTube channel. Sorry, a website. So just think, if you type in somebody's name, this is where it takes them to you, right? And then you've got a load of debunk videos that people can refer to. So if you've ever heard such and such debunked that, likelihood is that this is the source for the so-called debunk. Promoted Blue Marble Science. Picture of some guy. Video about Jesse Kozlowski. Soundly, Walter Bislin. Debunked by Wally. Unclamped. Unclamping the bridge. That was Blue Marble Science again. Fail videos, Next Level Live. Oh, there's a link to us. One of our videos that we did. Another debunk by Blue Marble Science. Bev Can't Sextant. Debunked by Blue Marble Science. It sounds like Blue Marble Science is obsessed with what we do. On the level, the truth thing. Is it surprising that Blue Marble Science sounds like he's obsessed? Debunked by Wally. 33.63 miles, no curvature. 33 in the title. They're very good. Debunked by Blue Marble. Debunked by Blue Marble, another one. Versus the Ordnance Survey, as if I've ever versed the Ordnance Survey. Crazy shit. Blue Marble Science. Spherical area. The tale of a fleur that is ashamed to be a fleur. No. Complete false. Lie. Where is Red's rhetoric? He's left the arena again. He's another one of the victims of truth, I guess. They just have to disappear after a while. One by McToon. With a name there. And stating that he is a flat earther. Well, I'm not a flat earther. So that must be somebody else. Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble Science. Oh, look at this one here. One by Brian's Logic. Brian's Logic is on this thing. Along with Blue Marble Science. Sly Sparkane. Brian's Logic's on here. And then, yeah, obviously a picture of me, my Twitter account. Oh no, that's a YouTube account with 156 subscribers. And here's another one where I had 73 subscribers. So these people have been taking screenshots of me and my channel for quite a long time. 73 subs. Well, remember, that was a long time ago. A long time ago that this channel has been, this YouTube website has been running. You can go on there and link anybody's name, right? They'll tie anybody to flat Earth as long as you say, well, I don't know, levels horizontal. Look at Blue Marble, Walter Bislin, Wally, curvature, Jesse Kozlowski. All of these people. Obsessed. So this is where I got the link for Bob. For the video we're going to go over. So be aware that you stating anything might get you linked to websites like this. Now, I think this is why these guys have to call me a flat earther, because somebody's put a lot of work onto this website. And they've put me on it, and I'm not a flat earther. I've been saying all along that the Earth's not flat. I've told QE, I've told Nathan Oakley, I've told everybody, that anybody that would listen, the Earth is not flat. I know how they measure elevation changes. There's a proof for that very thing. Right, so let me get this. We're going to go over the logic video from one of these shadow giants. I mean, you think about this arena. Who on the globe side, right, the dogmatic globe defenders, who are the top names? Who are the big guys? Had to like tie him down, obviously. We go Simon Dan, number 1. Who's the next? Who's under Simon Dan for being the utmost globe, dogmatic globe defender? Come on.
MC Toon.
Toon. That's not bad. What about ex-Professor Dave Farina? Wouldn't you class him as slightly higher than McToon? Or, I mean, sub-wise, he's definitely been bought more. Sorry, I mean, he's definitely gained more subs than McToon. So what are we classing as popularity for the Globe Defender sort of thing? On a scale.
I don't know. In popular terms, I don't know. MC2 is all the go-to.
Yeah.
They always
I'd
quote
say MC2. Yeah. It's where he's even become his own source, hasn't he? His own citation. Yeah. For all this, he's done quite a lot. But Simon Dan, number 1. Probably McToon, but there's a like Dave, ex-Professor Dave. I don't know what he's doing now. What about under that? Who are the... Are we getting into like lower level?
FTF, got to be somewhere there.
What about Cool Hard Logic? Have you heard him? Was he doing anything? Or has he sort of gone off? He's not really pushing the dogmatic globe model.
Don't know him. It's not somebody I've come across.
It's okay. It's okay, everyone. Don't worry. This is only Bob. But where would you put Bob the science guy? I know you've probably been in this arena, so you've probably actually talked to him and seen him, but within this arena, what about Blue Marble Science? Or are they... Do they seem more specific to the low end? Chuck says they're laughing at nonsense. Well, they are, aren't they? They're sort of making the nonsense up as well, because we're going to go over one of their so-called Globe Defender heroes. Unless this is a joke, right? That's what we've got to decide tonight when we're going to go over this thing with let me get this screen sort of... Oh, wait a minute. Well, I restarted my PC, didn't I? So... Oh... Let me just sort this video back out again. Hey. I had a few things sorted out, but don't worry. There we go. Right, save that. Okie dokie. Can you guys see that, or did I close it up?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. Right. So let's get this going. Right, so this is, sorry to do this to you, but what you've got to do is you've got to watch the confidence in this man and what he's saying. We're going to go over each step rather well, wait a minute, let's just go over these arguments, right? So we've got here, can you see that, or have you got,
No,
you've got the, wait a minute, change windows, there we go. So we've got modus ponens. This is the argument form that we're dealing with. But first off, you have to take on this logical idea of if P, then Q, right? So these arguments rely on this if-then statement, right? So there's a thing that starts off at the beginning, and then there's a consequent. We call it antecedent consequent. They may sound like weird words, but one that comes first and the other one as a result of the thing. It's sort of like, think of it as a scientific method, as a cause and effect type relationship. One of them requires the other in order to occur, and this relationship has to happen in this way. So everybody's switching off. Is it because, Bob, isn't it? They don't want to be able to say that they've seen this. So the modus ponens, I'd be running as well if I was anybody watching this. Like I say, if you are what do you say, somebody who's interested in this logic and how not to be deceived, and then to realize, well, you can come to your own realizations, but I would imagine that all of the hate watchers that have ever watched do not want to be watching this, because they know that they can't defend it. And one of their heroes, Shadow Giant, is about to fall. Say hello to Bob. Bendyzontal Bob. Modus ponens is affirming the antecedent. Will come pretty apparent within this argument form. So modus ponens, affirming the antecedent. So the antecedent comes first, that's the P, and then the consequent is the Q. Well, in the modus ponens statement, affirming the antecedent, that's what occurs within the modus ponens. The history of the modus ponens goes back to antiquity. The first to explicitly describe the argument for modus ponens was Theophrastus. It, along with modus tollens, is one of the standard patterns of inference that can be applied to derive chains of conclusions that lead to the desired goal. So you know where you want to go. These arguments, modus ponens, modus tollens, can be linked together to get to an end solution. And as with the other one, modus tollens, modus tollendo tollens, method for removing by taking away and denying the consequence. So there's a affirming the antecedent, denying the consequent. It says modus tollens is closely related to modus ponens. There are two similar but invalid forms of argument: affirming the consequent and denying the antecedent. These are quite so if you get these modus ponens and modus tollens wrong, you can fall into these they're invalid forms of the arguments. We might come back to another one in a moment. So can you see that? You won't be able to hear it though, will you? Okay, let me swap this, change windows. Okay, so now this is Bob, and he's going over logic. Now, he has a video. Where did I see that video? Is it on there? Well, he has a video stating about me, and when Beddy came over, doing a thing, and he said flat earth logic. I told Beddy not to take the logic we do over there to a different server and say this is flat earth logic, because it's not. I've told him we do logic that applies to reality, not flat earth, just reality. And yet Bob called me a flat earther. And I think he considers the logic we do here, the planes, horizontals being parallel, I think he considers that flat earth logic. I think when we apply logic and reasoning to level his horizontal geometric argument, I think he calls that a flat earth argument too. He's wrong, but this is what Bob does. So Bob's already got this strange idea of logic. We did go over this last night, at the end of last night, when there wasn't many people watching. So I mean, I really want people's discussions about this, whether you think Bob actually understands, and whether you think well, what we're doing to make this simpler. We're trying to make it as simple as possible. So let's see whether Bob, and how Bob does with a modus tollens and modus ponens description. First, start off with spot the fallacies. I'll try as well.
Well, hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science Guy, and today I just have a little short video for a Sunday afternoon, just because I felt like offering one. Now, one of the things that you constantly see in the flat earth is their attempts to use formal logic to prove the flat earth, as if
does anybody see anybody in the flat earth trying to prove the flat earth with formal logic? Anyone? No? I'd state that that's possibly something a bit iffy with that statement. Always, he says.
Attempts to use formal logic to prove the flat earth, as if somehow this is a formal debate or a court of law. But let's go ahead and humor them for a moment.
You know, places like Debate Flat Earth and More, and Flat Earth Debate. Do you think they would attempt to try some formal logic within a debate? Or is there no use for formal logic within a debate?
I would say that they are not using logic. They are using rhetoric only and sophistry.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's basically trying to say that flat earthers, or, you know, like as if they're trying to use formal logic within a debate setting. Well, isn't most of the stuff that happens around here a sort of debate setting? So, I mean, it's good to know formal logic, isn't it?
Yes, but they are not using formal logic in so-called debates.
Mm-hmm. And so Bob's making up something that doesn't happen, and therefore he's being able to be the authority on this logic that he's going to come up with now, because he doesn't see it being used for some reason.
So let's have a brief look at formal logic as they like to use it. Just one example, and that is the modus tollens argument and the modus ponens argument. So we'll have a look at this type of an argument, and we'll see an example of how it's used by Nathan Oakley, Quantum Eraser, and their groupies to try and somehow prove their conspiracy narrative. So let's cue up the music and get going. Called P and Q. It's the premise and conclusion. That's where the phrase mind your P's and Q's came from.
Right. I think this is one of the fails of Bob. Right from the beginning, right from the off, he's got this idea now that it requires a conclusion. Well, within science, the conclusion is the end statement that you come to. This isn't. This is a relationship between P and Q. The conclusion is what you come up with at the end after you've decided to derive your logical statement. I think this is a bad fail on Bob's behalf because he's not understanding the antecedent-consequent relationship. And it shows in this statement here, in what he says. He also says that it's where the statement mind your P's and Q's comes from. Well, we've looked. There is no reference to logic within the mind your P's and Q's statement of the backtracking. It's just not there. It's about pints and quarts and pleases and thank yous and all that sort of stuff. Doesn't mention logic and P's and Q's, but I can see where he gets it from. Emma. It was Emma that said it to QE about his argument that he called the black swan. It's been confirmed. Nathan Oakley confirmed that the argument QE calls black swan was actually QE's. It was all QE's numbers. And thanks to Blue Marble Science, we can confirm that Blue Marble Science and QE know each other very well within that argument. Somebody even had to do it rewriting it today.
But in any event, let's take a classic example. If P, then Q. If rectangle, then the opposite sides will be parallel. Now, there are two approaches that we can use to prove this statement logically. So the way that we prove this is that if it is a rectangle, we demonstrate that the opposite sides will be parallel. So
how do you demonstrate that the opposite sides will be parallel within a geometric proof?
There is no such demonstration because it is assumed. So,
well, in the definitional means, right? But you can, you can say that this is a rectangle because it follows these geometric principles that the opposite sides are parallel. But is like say a diamond shape that would have its opposite sides parallel, would that make it a rectangle?
No.
So he's not quite understood what this argument is, because there are places and positions that would qualify what he's wrote there that wouldn't make it a rectangle.
I agree. So that's why you cannot inverse modus tollens into modus ponens, because when he says this first statement on his page, on his whiteboard, if rectangle, then opposite sides are parallel. Mm-hmm. This is true. It is true antecedent, and consequent is true. Because rectangle has to have opposite sides parallel. but this is not only requirement for that if something has opposite sides parallel, it doesn't mean that it is rectangle, because you need also rectangles, means right angles. So if you have this that like diamond, or this is what it's called, not trapezoid but rhomboid.
Yeah, rhombus.
Yes, it's rhomboid,
Yeah.
rhombus. So yes, rhombus has opposite sides parallel, and it has no right angles.
Yeah, and equal diagonals, and you know, there's loads of different factors that can go into prove it's a rectangle rather than a rhombus, or you know, any other shape. That can be proved. What Bob's put here is you can prove it's a rectangle because it's got opposite parallel sides. Well, it doesn't necessarily prove a rectangle.
Yes, it may be.
Yeah.
But not necessarily.
And that comes in a bit, because keep an eye on this sort of stuff, because call it sophistry, but mainly it's fallacies that people just don't see. Like things that can pass you by because you are made unaware of. Maybe due to ignorance, but ignorance on whose part? If you don't see it, then maybe it's because of your ignorance. But if the person that's making the argument doesn't see it, then you can't really call that ignorance. He shouldn't be making the argument if he's ignorant of the understanding of the geometric and logical reasoning behind it.
Yes, and he's making mistake because in his example, opposite sides being parallel are not sufficient reason to be a rectangle. It is true that it has to be parallel, but it is not sufficient to make rectangle, as we can show with rhombus. So it is true, but not sufficient. And he cannot see that he is giving not sufficient reason. So in this P and Q statement, if rectangle, then opposite sides are parallel, this is true. And in his modus tollens, he's making this quite good. It means there is no error.
Yeah, it's looking good at the minute, this, what he's doing here.
But modus ponens is wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, and he says if it's not opposite sides, then it's not a rectangle. If the opposite sides aren't parallel, then it's not a rectangle. Well, that's also true, right?
Yeah.
But he's just not he's not defining it well enough to be able to call it a complete argument. But he's sort of there. Although his understanding of antecedent consequent relationship is with a conclusion. He's already gaining his conclusion from this, which I think that's where his faults lie. So let's go.
We confirm the truth of the statement. Now, another way that we can prove this statement is by setting up what's known as a proof by contradiction. And that's called a modus tollens.
There we go. Another problem. A proof by contradiction is a modus tollens. Anyone believe that statement?
No, this is not true statement.
It's not true.
Denying is not contradiction.
Yeah, like we said at the beginning, modus tollens is a denying the consequent. You just deny the cue, right? That's not a contradiction. A contradiction is you showing the contradiction, and then you either prove by showing that the contradiction is impossible, or it relies on a proof by contradiction relies on a contradiction within the thing, not just a denial of a consequent. That's not a contradiction. But you can check it for yourself. This guy's only a shadow giant, right? This is his video of whatever. We're 1.5 minutes into it, and he's already made 3 blunders. Like, not just small blunders either, just completely false statements. This is terrible. Modus tollens is not a proof by contradiction. Bob's just wrong. Anybody who's watching it, if there are any other globe defenders out there wanting to help Bob out, maybe a team of Bob's trolls, maybe there should be some in the chat, I don't know where they are, coming to defend him on this. But that's just an outright falsehood. But look how confident he is when he says it.
The way that we can prove this statement is by setting up what's known as a proof by contradiction. And that's called a modus tollens. So,
just false. Blatantly false. Don't know where he got that from. I don't even know who's told him that. I mean, did he make it up himself? Is that what he imagines a modus tollens is, a proof by contradiction? Does he think denying the consequent is some sort of a contradiction for him? Who knows?
Does anybody want to look that up? You can Google proof by contradiction. See
I've
what
got
it says.
it. I've already done it. You know, it's on there, but it means me swapping the things over.
Here, let me get it. Hang on a second.
I've got it. Yeah,
Is it in the live chat?
It's proof by contradiction. In logic, proof by contradiction is a form of proof that establishes the truth or the validity of a proposition by showing that assuming the proposition to be false leads to a contradiction. Although it is quite freely used in mathematical proofs, not every school of mathematical thought accepts this kind of non-constructive proof as universally valid. More broadly, proof by contradiction is any form of argument that establishes a statement by arriving at a contradiction, even when the initial assumption is not the negation of the statement to be proved. In this general sense, proof by contradiction is also known as indirect proof, proof by assuming the opposite, and reducto ad impossible.
Or absurdum. Yeah, it means the same.
Yeah, no
what
mention
it
of
doesn't
modus
say
tollens
of modus
at all.
tollens, right? Right. No mention of it.
Absolutely zero mention of modus tollens. So Bob, in doing his video with 5,500 views and 685 likes, has managed to state a complete falsehood. So anybody watching this that's unaware of logic, ignorant of logic, would be thinking that Bob's talking the truth.
Can I speak up for Bob?
Can you speak up for Bob? Yeah,
yeah. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. What if we look up modus tollens that he's trying to say is the proof by contradiction? See if modus tollens says anything about a contradiction.
We've just been over it.
I know. We just looked up the other side of his statement, but we didn't.
Yeah, we did. We looked up modus tollens. We did that first.
Okay, maybe I was
denying
MIA.
the consequent.
Okay, maybe I was MIA for a second. Sorry, Bob.
Yeah.
Denying the consequent. That's a modus tollens.
Yeah. Nothing about contradiction. No contradiction mentioned in denying the consequence.
All right. Yeah, I remember that now. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, Bob, you lose.
This is mistake because proof by contradiction is about, for example, property of something. And this thing is not necessary to be real at that time. So you can, for example, by contradiction, disprove some categorical statement.
There's no need for us to go into contradiction, right? Because
yes,
contradiction requires further steps. What we're talking about here is modus ponens, modus tollens, a very simple if-then statement where you either affirm the antecedent or deny the consequent. That's it. It's only those two choices. It's mathematical within its formulation.
Yes, but it concerns only, let's say, accidental thing. So you are not denying a relationship between rectangle and opposite sides being parallel, because they are. This is consequent always. But you are denying in this specific particular instance. That, for example, when he's showing this trapezoid or whatever, so he is denying that this is not rectangle because opposite sides are not parallel, not all. And by the way, if he's making this P and Q, if rectangle, he should write all opposite sides are parallel, because in trapezoid, not all are parallel, but some are parallel. And it is also not sufficient reason to have this consequent. But this is another story. But in fact, we are denying particular accident or instance only, not relationship.
This is why minding your P's and Q's is important, because Bob hasn't. He's got if rectangle, opposite sides parallel. He's not minded his P's and Q's there. He's not thought of all of the ways that you can get around that sort of invalidate the statement, even though it seems true. But there are ways that somebody like a sophist would be able to come and play about with the words, because Bob's not been specific and he's not minded his P's and Q's to make it definite. Like you say, he's missed out all, because he's going for a modus ponens, so there should be all mentioned in there somehow or whatever. Carry on anyway, because this is just Bob showing how he can't even build this simple formulation at the beginning. This is basics of logic. I wouldn't consider logic starting at any other point other than this relationship of if P, then Q. And then the things that you can do around that statement to then come to a conclusion to try and derive a truth from it. So, go on.
If opposite sides are not parallel, it is not a rectangle. So if not Q, then not P. However, the step that flat earthers tend to miss is looking at...
So you can see he has actually got that the right way round, right? He's got modus tollens, where you're denying the consequent, and modus ponens, where you are affirming the antecedent. That's good.
At the original statement. Is that a true statement? Now, when you're dealing with pseudo-intellectuals, they're fine as long as they're smarter than their audience is. However, when somebody that actually knows something about a subject presents themselves, they fall like a house of cards.
That comment's really strange.
Yeah, I think this is one of really strange plays, right? Big plays. Because who's he talking about? Is he talking about him and his audience?
He has to be, right?
Does he presume that his audience is smarter than him?
Well, I don't know about that,
but with his
he's
audience?
smarter than... I think he thinks he's smarter than his audience, because obviously if you look at the likes and the number of views, and I don't know if there's comments on this video or if there was even capability of having comments. Anybody that didn't catch what we just caught at the beginning of this would be, what did he say? Not as smart as the
average.
They're smarter than their audience or whatever.
I'll go back and listen to it again.
They're fine as long as they're smarter than their audience.
Yeah, the problem with pseudo-intellectuals. Yeah.
However, the step that flat earthers tend to miss is looking at the original statement. Is that a true statement? Now, when you're dealing with pseudo-intellectuals...
When you're dealing with pseudo-intellectuals... I don't know who deals with that. I hope never to deal with any pseudo-intellectuals. I just after conversations, right? But what's a pseudo-intellectual?
Well, I wonder if he's warning about himself, that he might be a pseudo-intellectual.
Well, how do you tell how do you know what a pseudo-intellectual is? How would you classify a pseudo-intellectual?
Well,
an intellectual that's not an intellectual,
what's
passing themselves off as an intellectual.
How would you tell?
That's a little more.
Pretends. I would say pretender.
How do you know that somebody's a pretender?
By stating something that's absolutely false, like a modus tollens is a proof by contradiction.
Yeah, when somebody's pretending to know something about a subject, but obviously knows nothing. They keep getting things wrong within their statements. But you imagine, because of the confidence that the person's saying, that he's the honest one, right? He's the intellectual, and he's now talking about pseudo-intellectuals. One of the biggest tricks that happens within this arena is people come out with things like this because you're automatically thinking, well, you know, these pseudo-intellectuals that I've been informed about by Bob, you never associate that with the person that's telling it. It's a clever trick for people to do. This is one of them.
By the way, this people who pretend that they are intellectual and they know everything about everything, in ancient times, they were called sophists.
Yes. And the way you find out about these people is you ask them a question. And if they can't answer it, whilst trying to pretend that they are the intellectual on that subject, then you find out quite easily. You've just got to make sure that you aren't the ignorant one, because if you're coming at this from an ignorant stance, a stance of not knowing anything about the subject, how do you counter that? How do you know who the pseudo-intellectual is? That's what Bob's relying on here. Bob's relying on people not knowing anything about logic, because Bob's just making this shit up. He doesn't know what a modus tollens is, and if you can look on the screen, it's got a really bad formulation. That's not logic. Modus ponens has disappeared. It's turned into modus ponens. How did that happen?
I don't know. I have conspiratory theory that it may be some Polish version of modus ponens, but I don't know.
He may have a bit of hay fever and, you know, like a Freudian slip or something. Who knows? But yeah, we'll carry on, right? So let's go now with Bob's trying to explain these arguments further, but more relatable to his topic and his subject. Let's go.
They're fine as long as they're smarter than their audience is. However, when somebody that actually knows something about a subject presents themselves, they fall like a house of cards. They're what we
said. You ask people questions about certain things. If you're trying to discover and gain knowledge from this arena, and you ask people who claim to be experts questions about stuff, they never have an answer for it. More often than not, you're talking to these pseudo-intellectuals. And on the subject of logic, well, you see what happens. It cannot be taken on by anybody within this arena, I don't think.
We call a schooner that's all sail and no ballast, which means that the slightest nudge knocks the ship right over. That's classic for flat Earth. Now let's go ahead and see this. If refracted, you're going to need R for that. How many times have we heard Nathan Oakley say that phrase?
So let's have a go over with mind your P's and Q's. Always first, if P, then Q. Bob here is trying to teach people about logic. And he's taken a statement that Nathan Oakley's supposedly said, whereas Nathan Oakley being a flat earther, right? So Bob's attempting to formalize a logical statement, because I'm pretty sure that when Nathan Oakley said something about that, I don't think he was deciding to write a modus ponens whenever he said that statement. So this argument that Bob's now making up is Bob's derivation of a statement that somebody else has made, and he's trying to apply that to this if P then Q statement, to which he can then apply that to modus ponens and modus tollens. Why he's trying to do both, I don't know. A bit crazy. Doesn't make sense.
I'm pretty sure that he is now making objection to objection, because it is true that Nathan Oakley had and has objection about this refraction.
Yeah.
Because they, Globers, they are using refraction with R. This is in their calculations.
Yep.
So if they are using refraction with R, and they are saying that by this we are proving that the radius of Earth is that, it means that they have radius in premise and a radius in conclusion, which makes it perfect circular reasoning. And this is his objection, and he's completely right.
Yeah, because somebody's told him that if there's refraction, then the radius of the Earth changes. Because that's a rebuttal to an argument, and Nathan Oakley's just replying to that, right? It's a ridiculous statement said by some crazy nutter that may have a YouTube channel and may get promoted by certain websites as a debunker. But yeah, people have said that if there's refraction, that alters the radius of the Earth. So,
yes, and this radius of the Earth is already in this refraction.
Yeah.
So
it's within the formulation of the refraction formula.
Yes,
according to these guys.
7/6R. Yeah. So it means that whatever it is, you cannot prove anything using circular reasoning.
Yes,
that's
this
the point.
is a self-refuting claim that Bob's trying to make in the background, but people aren't seeing that either. And that, again, it's a little bit complicated, but yeah, trust us. What Bob's doing within the formulation of this is fallacious as well. But we have to, we have to get through this part of the argument, because he's, it's just completely fallacious within a form of argument. But let's see whether Bob can make a logical argument out of a statement made by Nathan Oakley, a flat earther. Because that's what Bob's doing now. Bob's attempting to make an argument out of a statement made by somebody on a channel somewhere.
Followed immediately thereafter by, where'd you get R? Well, this is actually a two-part question, and this is a typical shotgun approach that they use when dealing with somebody that actually knows something about this.
Right, so Bob's taking authority on somebody that actually knows something about this. Now, remember, Bob's the guy that's doing the logic. It's a statement that's been made by somebody else. They're unaware of Bob trying to formulate this into a logical statement, but this is all Bob logic. Please.
So let's go ahead and break it down. First of all, what's the logical argument? If P, refraction, then R. Now,
right, so what's the logical argument? Did he just say a logical argument there, or does he think that's a logical argument?
Yes, and to make, because we always need to make sense, even if someone is writing nonsense, we are trying to make sense of it, because this is how human mind operates. So the only way to make it not very much nonsensical, but more sensical, is to say that if refraction exists, therefore R exists. Because this is only way how we can make a link. It is still non sequitur, because there is no established link between refraction and R, but this is what he is implying. So existence of refractions or of refraction proves existence of R. So consequent of refraction is R, which is complete non sequitur. But this is what he's saying.
He's trying to hook this on somebody else, right? Somebody else has made a comment, and he's tried to apply it to this if P then Q relationship, which he shouldn't have, really. But because he hasn't got a clue, and Bob is completely driven by a narrative, right? There's an end result that Bob wants to have here. So this is what Bob's doing. This is for personal gain. He's not just making an argument that's a non sequitur for no purpose at all. He's literally trying to push a narrative within this. I'd say quite skillfully, because people don't really understand this argument. And like Paper says, people always want to try and make sense of everything. So when given a nonsense, a non sequitur, these things aren't linked together. But whether people will put these things together in their minds or whatever, I mean, who knows? I can't, because it just makes no sense. But other people might, if they don't understand the actual logical form, they might think that Bob, because of his confidence trickster ways, they may think he's actually making sense. They may think, because they don't really understand logic, they may think that this is it. They still don't understand it, but they may think that may be a general thing that they just don't understand because they've never looked into it. Who knows?
We can actually get rid of that second question because it has nothing to do with the logical premise. If we have refraction, we have R. Let's look at this from both arguments.
So what he does there is he does away with the need for knowing about R. He can just be happy with knowing there is a cause for R because of his first logical statement.
Yes, so he said,
cross through
if we have refraction, we have R. This is what he said.
Yeah. So now you can just put this, where did you get the radius from? Just like completely forget about that. Don't worry about it. Throw it away. Pretend it's not even there anymore, because now we're dealing with an argument that gets us R. Very clever. Well, I don't know whether it's clever or whether Bob is actually doing this on his own to justify it to himself.
Yes, so within his argument, whatever it is, refraction is cause of radius, which sounds ridiculous, but this is what he is saying now.
Mm-hmm.
Refraction causes R. This is just idiotic. Okay, but okay, this is his argument.
This is his argument. Yeah, he's helping Nathan Oakley out, as if. But, I mean, he knows, he's purported to be the knower of the logic. He knows more. And these flat earthers are going to crumble because of Bob's knowledge of logic.
First is the positive argument. If we have refraction, we have R. That's the only logical conclusion. To use
yes, this is
well,
only logical conclusion.
The only thing, yes.
Yeah, you cannot have other. So he established causation. Refraction causes radius. So it means you don't need a compass.
Yeah, you can put a cross through this.
Circle,
Where did you get the
need
radius
refraction.
from?
Yeah.
You got the radius because there's refraction. Like, you don't need to know.
So without refraction, you cannot have R.
Yeah.
So you cannot draw a circle without refraction.
Yeah, you need refraction present.
Yeah.
In order for a radius.
In presence of refraction, because Brenda likes to say in presence of gravity. So I would say that in presence of refraction, we can draw a circle. Okay.
Yeah. So let's
The modus tollens, we have to say there is no R. Therefore, there's no refraction. To put the
That's good, isn't it? There's no R. I've not drawn a circle anywhere. So therefore, there can be no refraction. Shows the problems of getting this stuff the wrong way around, doesn't it?
Yes, he thinks that he can put as P and Q anything. And he can make modus ponens or modus tollens, whatever.
He's not like when he said at the beginning, right? The statement "mind your P's and Q's" comes from this. Like, how much has he actually understood when he said that statement, right? Because it's not wrote anywhere in the "mind your P's and Q's" etymology or whatever it is, where it derived from. He just seems like he's made that up, other than getting it off Emma when Emma stated it to QE for a t-shirt idea. There's no other mention of it. So how much has Bob really understood that statement, mind your P's and Q's, as relating to logic, like he said at the beginning?
It is non sequitur because we know that refraction is about air lensing or whatever. If we have more dense medium, then this refraction would be greater, etc. It is connected with temperature, humidity of the air, etc. But it has nothing to do with R. So the same refraction would occur with R, with greater R, with smaller R, and without any R. That's why it is non sequitur. And by the way, if the Earth is a sphere with R, it means that would be antecedent for refraction, because refraction occurs, they say, on a sphere, because they assume that the Earth is a sphere, so a refraction occurs on the sphere. So antecedent is Earth or sphere, and consequent of that would be refraction. So not P, refraction cannot be P, because refraction would be consequent of Earth, because Earth is first, and with atmosphere or whatever, and then we have refraction. So antecedent would be rather R than refraction. So he's completely inversing causation, because reality, Earth, let's say, is rather cause of refraction than refraction cause of R. It's just inverse way of thinking. I don't know why he's confusing that. So there are two big mistakes: non sequitur, and he is confusing antecedent with consequent. I think this is my opinion.
Well, that comes in the next bit, but yeah, he doesn't seem to understand the if P then Q idea, and the idea that you have to put them to your mind so you can make sure that they're working correctly in the right idea. For one, the antecedent, and the other one, a consequent. That which must come first and that which follows. from what came before it. There's got to be a link between these two. In this, there doesn't appear to be a link. And I'm not too sure Bob can provide a link other than some other person said something, which isn't the basis of formulating logical statements. Right.
This in formal logic form, if we have not Q, then not P. And here it is, if we have P, then we have Q. Well, let's look at the result of the logic. We do have demonstrated refraction. Therefore, we do have a radius. The question is not how big the radius is, it's whether it's present or not. If we have refraction, under the modus ponens argument, we do have a radius.
Under the modus ponens argument. You notice how he does that?
Yes,
like
maybe it works.
Obviously a genius within logic. He knows much more than anybody else.
Bob is dumb.
I would say that maybe it works within modus ponens, but within modus ponens, it doesn't work.
Yes. That comes in this bit.
Period. Now, looking at this one, if we can demonstrate that we do have refraction, then we demonstrate we do have a radius.
What? Like, that's just confusing to anyone. He just reversed it.
Yes, and this is what that.
Go on.
Okay, put that again.
Yeah, there we go. Listen to this.
Under the modus ponens argument, we do have a radius. Period. Now, looking at this one, if we can demonstrate that we do have refraction,
if we can demonstrate that we do have refraction, which is exactly the same as the modus ponens, right?
Yeah.
What he's just said. So this is Bob, the science guy, pretending. Yeah, he's obviously confused, but he's pretending he's the guy that knows more about this argument than Nathan Oakley. So he's made this argument that is his. He's laid it out.
This is total. Radius is a geometric term.
Yes.
Refraction is something that happens with light. I've heard a quote that says, like, thinking is making connections. And how do you make the connection there?
There is no connection. That's why I yesterday said that this is perfect non sequitur.
Yeah, this is Bob wanting to inject a radius somewhere, right? Because this bit here that he's crossed out, where do you get the radius? Well, he's getting the radius from a fallacy that he's generated himself because of something that Nathan Oakley said. Nathan Oakley said, where do you get the radius from? He's now using Nathan Oakley's words to formulate some fallacious logic to derive a radius in his own mind.
Yeah, this is his first statement. His first P and Q, refraction, then radius. This is his original statement. So refraction implies R. It is not true because it is just non sequitur.
Yeah, but this
for him,
this genius is doing this logic for himself, so he can come out with radius, and then he can thank Nathan Oakley for helping him find the radius, which can then dismiss this question: where's the radius? Because he can just say, Nathan Oakley helped me find the radius because of refraction. Bob does all of this for himself.
And he doesn't notice that this statement, if refraction, then R, in this refraction is already R. Because this is 7 over 6R refraction. So R because R.
Yeah, R's already in it, so therefore there must be R.
Yes, and this is so-called circular reasoning. We are making circle because you cannot have a conclusion. You cannot have premise and conclusion. because this is what circular reasoning is. You are creating tautology, which is in fact circular reasoning. If refraction with R, therefore R.
Yeah.
This is just nonsense.
Even with the modus tollens, right? He's still managing to mess up the modus tollens to end up with R again. Like, he can't get it out of his head. It's like, this is a major problem for people like Bob. This is why I'd love to hear from another dogmatic globe earth proponent what they think of the way Bob derives R from refraction. It's very clever. Wonder whether they'll go along with it.
If we have refraction, under the modus ponens argument, we do have a radius, period.
We have a radius.
Now, looking at this one, if we can demonstrate that we do have refraction,
again,
then we demonstrate we do have a radius.
Exactly the same. There's
He's
no
pointing
difference
at
between
wrong,
his
yes.
modus ponens and modus tollens. Like, that's terrible, Bob. Like, if you are listening to this, if you're one of the 5,500 people that have watched this video, don't, like, I don't know.
He's pointing his finger at the wrong place.
Yeah.
So he should point again at modus ponens, because what he's describing is modus ponens.
This is where he doesn't understand the antecedent consequent, right? This is the antecedent. Affirming the antecedent is modus ponens.
Yes, and now yes, and he puts in place of Q now minus. So,
Yeah.
it's just nonsense.
That's him preparing for his mind for Bob logic.
Yes, because in modus tollens you are denying consequent.
Yeah. But he's
So
just
he
affirmed
should
the
deny
antecedent
R.
again.
He should deny R.
Yeah. Let's see what we can do here.
So under this one, if we can demonstrate that this is a false statement, that there is indeed refraction, we can exclude there not being a radius. Now it's
Yes, that's when he fails.
Yeah.
Because he should notice that his modus ponens, if refraction then, this is conditional, if refraction then a radius, is non sequitur, because now he is trying with what is written here. If not R, therefore no refraction. He shouldn't notice that you cannot just inverse, because it sounds ridiculous, because R is consequent here from refraction for him. But in his modus tollens, it is already shown that it cannot be consequent, that R cannot be consequent of refraction.
Yeah, disprove R. Like in disproving R, Bob says it doesn't matter what length, just some sort of R.
Yeah.
And that's what you have to disprove within the modus tollens. But, I mean, that's a bit to disprove the fact that there's any refraction.
Yeah, so he's saying
Like,
in
that
his
sounds
modus
ridiculous,
tollens,
doesn't it?
yes, it means in his modus tollens, if not R, therefore would be no refraction. And I'm asking why.
That's why he didn't say it like that, because that just sounds fucking ridiculous, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
he didn't say it like that. He completely messed it up. Whether that's his mind shielding him from this, I don't know. It's fascinating to me. You want to know why I'm still in this arena? It's because of things like this. This is pure, call it psychology if you will, or whatever. But what has made Bob's mind formulate this logic so badly, but incorrect? right? In order to shield himself from the sheer nonsense that if you say the simple thing wrong, then it sounds ridiculous. You expose yourself within logic through very simple means as long as you stick to the basic method laid out. Bob's not doing that in any way. This is like as far removed from logic. This is like non-Euclidean geometry, imaginometry isn't geometry. This is as far removed through logic, really. But with if you're not really into logic, you could be took in by this. This is a confidence trickster. You need to be able to see this, because it's not just in this arena. This sort of person, they're everywhere. The modern education system and the university system has allowed people like this to proliferate through society. So-called experts within something Bob has decided, and today for this video he's decided to become the expert in logic. You can't do that. Logic is simple and for everyone. Don't be fooled by people like Bob trying to trick you with confidence that you don't really know it as much as you should. And don't be fooled by people like this anyway. False. So like we're on another problem. I'm going to do the video for this and go over a ticker. So this is helping.
It's a subtle difference, but the bottom line is this, Nathan. If you claim that we can only have refraction if we have a radius, and we do have refraction, we therefore have a radius. Now the trap that you can run into with this, and
see,
he's sorry,
again trying to get it to Nathan, like blaming this on Nathan. This is
yes, and he's misrepresenting Nathan Oakley.
Yeah,
absolutely, because this is not his claim. This refraction claim is not his. It is their, his, Bob, the science guy. This is his claim, or Glauber's claim, that refraction is 7/6R. This is not Nathan Oakley refraction, let's say. So he's, I don't know. He's misrepresenting and he's projecting, I would say.
Well, yeah, I would know, because I've been in the middle of this, right? Once you ask a question that they obviously can't answer, they then attempt to pin you with the thing that you've been asking for and say that you have given them the proof of the very thing you were asking for. This is a case just like that. Nathan Oakley's asking them for where's the radius? And Bob is finding a way to allow himself to think that Nathan Oakley has supplied the whereabouts or where the radius came from within this joke of an argument that he's made up for that purpose. Just so he can say Nathan Oakley helped him find R, or gave him a reason that R must exist.
Yes, but I would say that this is more psychological part of that, because facts are different. And because when I was watching Nathan Oakley, his shows, like 2 or 3 years ago. So I know this argument.
Yeah.
And absolutely this has nothing to do with the originator of this argument is not Nathan Oakley.
This is the bit. They came up with the formula 8 inches per mile squared, right, for the actual land. Then when somebody said that can't be because of this optical thing, they then said, well, you see, refraction changes that number through changing of R. And then Nathan Oakley's just rebutted that stupid, ridiculous statement with, how do you know that? Like, what? How can you do that? How can refraction be linked to the radius?
Yes, and by the way, this is so stupid from other reason, because they are using not this extended R in refraction, but this, let's say, normal R. So this is 7 over 6 R. So this R value is for this 3959 or whatever it is. So they use this number to debunk radius.
Well,
It's
they
just ridiculous.
They get the numbers from their friends, don't they? Certain people where they get the citations from, which also have a chance of being flat Earth society. You know, these things have been placed in these positions in order for these people to say this. One of these is the refraction trick from a guy who studied refraction, supposedly PhD, superstar. Everybody knows his name. What's his face? The Flat Earth said he was going to talk to.
Yes, but still, it is a silly thing to do, because they are using this R value to say that refraction with this radius value debunks radius value, because we can see with refraction that the radius is apparently bigger, but we are still using this old radius for globe
the
Earth radius.
derivation of the 7 over 6, right? Your 6 over 6 is the original one unit.
Yeah. So this
Andrew
is,
Thomas Young.
yes, and so this is two-folded idiocy, I would say. But
Proof
still,
it works, right, Rob? You always know the names of the shadow giants.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
I said, big and bold letters, a shadow giant just got shone on the wall there.
Andrew
Thomas Young?
Thomas,
Yeah, you see, you know his name. Why do you know his name? Because he's a shadow giant.
Because it's... Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I would say so.
Absolutely.
But he also said that he said, I don't know that he said this, but this is what I've heard through the years. Is
who told you
that
about
he did
him
all
first?
his measurements? I have no idea. This was years ago. Come on, man. I have a hard time remembering yesterday.
Do you want to take a guess? Who I first heard it from?
Probably QE.
Yeah, 10th Man, I think I heard it from first. Travis also said he was going to talk to him at a meeting.
Yeah, Travis maybe even was first one I heard. I'm not sure. Man, you're asking me a question from 2 years ago. I don't know. Idea.
Just
when
pointing
I have a hard time with
living
yesterday.
in an arena of people making claims about shadow giants.
But that's the funny thing about this whole arena, like you're saying. When you hear those names and you hear that, if you go just like look up refraction, you won't see any of this stuff. It's refraction. It's light bouncing off of whatever, whatever you're looking at, light's bouncing off of it at an angle.
No, not bouncing. Not bouncing.
No.
Reflection.
Two mediums are required.
Yes. Right. Okay. Do you know who's got the best Fata Morgana sunsets on the internet? Do you know who's tried to have a word with this guy? Because I thought he was genuine, right? I obviously did. Like, I can help you out here, mate. I've got some live footage of the sun going into Fata Morganas. I've got 3 or 5 of them. Got, there's still more. They're coming all the time. It's dead easy. What do you want to do with it? Nope. Guy doesn't want to talk. Why doesn't the guy want to talk? Why doesn't the guy want to get some exclusive footage of things that he's never seen in his entire career.
Because he might be called a flat earther.
What? Because he takes some Fata Morgana footage? Oh, this guy's made up. Not real. Just, you know his name because he's a shadow giant. He's been pushed there so you can say his name. It's not a real thing.
But what I was going on about, bouncing, reflecting, the only reason you see things is because something's lit up. But in this arena, you hear about refraction is the whole 7/6R. Now go out and ask somebody, what is 7/6R? Does anybody in here know what 7/6R is?
Negative.
Yes. I know the idea only. Of course, it has nothing to do with normal refraction.
Everything to do with curve calculators.
Yeah,
that has been made up by this arena. That's it.
Bob seems to think you can say refraction, i.e., we have a radius. Yeah, I mean, he seems to think that because of all of this.
Proving Buster's, proving your point, Buster. Exactly. Exactly what Paper just said proved your point exactly.
Yeah. It's this thing, everybody, I remember doing this. I remember being in a server and it was like few globers, few, flat earthers. It was all of this whole, like same, conversation you always hear. And I can remember piping up and going, can anybody explain to me what 7/6R is? And the best thing that I got out of it was something about being 17%, seeing 17% more of whatever you're, it was like, it didn't even hardly make sense. It was hard to wrap your head around, but people talk about it like they know everything about it. And Bob here seems to think that refraction is that, so he can have his R because there's that in it. It's just, it's mind-boggling. This isn't thinking. This is regurgitating just bullshit you hear people talking about.
And that's why they are calling this terrestrial refraction, because this is like a flat plane.
Makes it sound good. Makes it sound really intelligent when you say terrestrial.
Maybe that's why he started by talking about pseudo-intellectuals.
Well, that would be what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? He's talking about himself. I can't think of the word I'm thinking about, but he's not deflection.
He's projecting, Buster.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Projecting. He was projecting his own inadequacies. I guess, I don't know. It's like now you get into the psychology of it, which has a lot to do with it. But
I was just gonna say it was a Freudian slip up.
It's yeah. I remember looking up pseudo-intellectual, seeing it like about a month ago, and when you see it, when you see the definition of it, you're like, I mean, that's what you do with people talking bullshit, thinking they know the bullshit that they're talking about is like they know it, and trying to pawn it off on everybody else like they're the expert.
Yeah, I call it shit talk, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people seem to have practiced it for a long time, and people in this arena have given arguments that have been given by these so-called experts. I mean, that guy, what's his face, that sent an email to Fight the Flat Earth. That guy, well, he was studying refraction, but somehow it's managed to get linked to the shape of the Earth, which is as ridiculous as what Bob's doing right here, right? Bob's showing you how ridiculous bringing that guy into this conversation is. I think it exposes way more than people realize what Bob's doing here with logic, because this is how you trick people. But Bob's exposing how he derived R, and there's some sort of a link from refraction to the radius But a radius of what? The cone of vision. Cones have radiuses, perhaps. I don't know. Like, there may be an R in the formula for refraction with an R. Like, the way it's wrote, it's just R. Like, who said the radius of what? Bob hasn't. Bob's not linked it to the radius of anything. He's just saying radius. So, are you one of the people that's been fooled into thinking he's talking about a specific radius? Because it's not wrote within the argument here. Is it? It's not on that page. It's just wrote R. Everybody's so used to this arena.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
R radius is a geometric term. It's the half distance of diameter of a circle.
It's not
but
a
he
number,
doesn't say
is
that.
Nobody's give it a number.
He doesn't even say what radius he's even talking, like you said.
Yeah.
What he's even talking about. So it's like, let's use a geometric term. Let's use some optics thing. Let's make this fallacious connection.
And he knows that anyone that's going to watch his video, the 5,500 people, they're going to do what Jesse Kozlowski relied on everybody doing. You make an association. Everybody, the human mind wants to do that. Wants to make sense of it. So it relates R to something that you're used to. Well, guess what? This arena, and only this arena, makes you associate it with a number. Nobody else outside this arena would ever think of this. What anybody within this arena would do. So who's the one that's being fooled to derive? Who's the one that's putting all the rest of the meaning to this argument that Bob's doing? While he's only trying to explain modus tollens and modus polens, according to that. That's all he's doing, and he's explaining it really badly, but exposing a trick. It's a trick of the mind and how easily minds can be fooled. The only way to see through this deception is to understand the logic behind it in the first place. And it's not that hard. It does take a little bit of extra thought and a bit of conversation, in order for you to grasp it fully. And it might take a while, because logic, whilst being natural, is a natural process. But the education system has sort of told you to not rely on this logic. You may have thought, at some point, like a gut instinct. Well, that may be logic overriding some of the programming that you've been given. Who knows? The only way to do it is to explore it and to, ask these questions. This is where we get good.
Nathan will try and spring on you.
Nathan.
Is that this statement is false. If you have refraction, it does not mean that you have a radius.
It's very true, right?
Yeah.
So what he's done is this is what Bob now does, right? He now says that Nathan Oakley says that the initial statement that he made is false. So Nathan Oakley obviously never said the initial statement. Bob's just made an argument to derive an answer that's fallacious as fuck, but we're here, and now he's saying that Nathan Oakley didn't actually say it. Nathan Oakley's saying, well, what if this isn't a natural thing, which it isn't? Well, let's see. Rebuttal.
Think of a triangular prism, or a flat sheet of glass, or water for that matter. You have refraction in those objects, and they don't necessarily have a radius. However...
Right, so he's just said he's just falsified his own statement and the ridiculous arguments that he's got. He's just completely got rid of them.
With a bit of truth, you might add.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was purposely done or not.
Yeah, it's stated that Nathan Oakley never actually said it, and the argument he's made was completely fallacious. And now he's saying why Nathan Oakley wouldn't have said it, because it's obviously a load of bullshit. isn't necessarily true. So why make an argument that isn't necessarily true? Doesn't make any sense.
He's always very careful to talk about refraction in the atmosphere. By the fact that it is called the atmosphere, it is implied that it is spherical.
So he said sphere, therefore sphere.
Therefore sphere. Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously.
Because sphere is therefore sphere.
Yeah, he said sphere. The sphere requires R, obviously.
Absolutely. Yes, so atmosphere also requires R. So in atmosphere we have R already.
Yeah.
Therefore, we can prove R.
And the refraction happens within the atmosphere. Therefore,
with
refraction
radius.
means radius. So therefore, it must be a radius.
Wonderful logic, isn't
brilliant,
it?
isn't it?
Wonderful.
Yes. This is
After
another
just disproving
example.
it, he just fully reverses a disproval and puts it into. So I don't know. Is that a modus tollens, Polens?
No, this is just circular reasoning again. He's making again circular reasoning, and he thinks this is sad part of the story that this is valid.
Yeah.
He doesn't notice.
He still ends up with R, so it's a happy ending for his globe.
Yes, happy end, because radius is an atmosphere. Therefore, we have radius on Earth.
Yeah. And off Bob goes happily hand in hand with the radius, saying, "Thank you, Nathan Oakley."
So because radius, therefore radius. Yes, this is circular reasoning. Yeah.
And that makes this a true statement in an atmosphere. By tying refraction to a radius, and we have demonstrable refraction in the atmosphere, your only conclusion is that we have a radius.
See, there you go. That's brilliant, isn't it? By tying something that's like a non sequitur together, the end conclusion is that you can have a radius. Which is
but he's indicating that he's talking about this refraction, not normal refraction, which has nothing to do with any radius, because this normal refraction has everything to do only with property of the medium. And this refraction, called sometimes terrestrial refraction, is assuming already globe, because it is refraction.
It's got the curve calculator, these guys. And the guy that sent the email that Fight the Flat Earth couldn't remember his name.
Convenient.
Rob
Convenient.
Yeah,
convenient.
These like very few people, and only these few people, are the only people that have any say. And like people like Bob and all of the other peoples have a direct line to these people, like Jesse Kozlowski. I mean, he's not around anymore, but these people can call on them and say, "I've had a word with him. I went out for dinner with them. We had a meeting." And everybody confirmed that, of course. But so Bob's explaining how he can falsify his own statement and then undo that falsification and still end up with R again. It's fantastic, but Bob's laid you up for an argument right now. After Bob's showing you that he hasn't got a clue about logic, he's going to confidence trickster.
Flat planes do not have a radius. A sphere has a radius. So welcome back to the Globe Earth Reality, Nathan and company. Glad to have you. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a look at an example that I've been using a lot of lately.
This is great. Let me see if I can sort the screen out so it can be a bit bigger for the YouTube, because this is gonna be something I think I'm gonna make an example of, because of all of the things we once had internal tangent plane from our friend Blue Marble Science, which is another brilliant thing. So it's and I do actually, I've made a meme for this. So this is Bob's modus polens that we're about to go over. Now, bearing in mind we've gone over the form, logical form, modus ponens, modus tollens, I want you to get involved with this and see whether you can spot the fallacy and name it.
Here's my argument. If and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance. Q, the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. This is...
He does realize in reality that there's like point-to-point distances.
Well, yeah, the unit measurement, like reality. A meter, a foot.
Yeah.
That. Well, yeah, but I mean, let's go over what we've just learned from Bob and the modus ponens and the modus tollens, right? So, modus ponens. Let's go with the modus ponens. How do you, after you've made your if P then Q, what is it that you do within the modus ponens?
In order to affirm Q, you have to affirm P. So your job is to confirm P.
Okay, so affirmation of your P statement. And what was the modus tollens?
That would be, just for those looking it up, if they're looking it up, that would be affirming the antecedent.
Yes.
That's, to Paper's point, that's your job, to affirm
yes.
or confirm the antecedent.
Yes, P.
Yes,
right?
P.
That's what you
Correct.
do for that statement.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
It may sound, complicated, affirming the antecedent. It just means you go, yes, P. Therefore, you can follow that Q is a necessary consequent of the absolutely yes P statement. Modus ponens. Modus tollens is the denial
of the consequent.
The not Q.
Not
no
Q. No, thank you, Q.
Right. And any of the other ones are fallacies, right? So in Bob's statement, his argument, his if P then Q, what is it that Bob does in the second part of it? See whether you can...
He is affirming the consequent. That's why it is called, and therefore he is proving that the Earth is a sphere, because he confirmed a consequent.
Affirming the consequent.
And that's a fallacy.
You might have heard that said by people in other places, but here is an obvious example wrote down. If you can say that, right? You can say that Bob, in this particular thing, he's affirmed the consequent, the Q statement. Now, in saying that Bob has affirmed the consequent, is there ever any case where affirming the consequent is a good thing to do?
It is formal logical fallacy. It means that if you are committing this fallacy, because it is fallacy, you are making your argument invalid. So it doesn't matter even what he wrote on his whiteboard. Because he used fallacy, it means that he didn't prove anything, because you cannot prove anything using fallacy. Any fallacy.
Okay, so Bob has just literally said, here's an argument that I've been using a lot. Look, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Exactly.
And this video that Bob's put out, 5,500 people have watched it, and 685 people have thumbs it up. Of those 685 people that put a thumbs up on this video, how many of those do you reckon would have seen that Bob literally wrote down a fallacy within an argument that he says he's been using a lot?
Only if they were mocking him by giving a thumbs up saying, that was really good. Can you put this out so we can show what a fool you are?
Right. So what Bob's done is he's made an argument. He's then literally told people he's affirming the consequent, fallacious sort of result, but
using it all the time.
Yeah, and using it a lot, right? And now this is the kicker, right? This is the kicker because Bob's such a good logician. And he, you know, like he's just a Sunday afternoon video. He thought he'd just throw out.
Because he felt like doing it.
He
felt like throwing it out there.
Just letting people know, right? So here we go. Here's the rebuttal, right? Now, he might just be correct with this part. Because this, if P, then Q, could probably be checked that that's probably true. So this is correct. This bit here is the fallacy. The bit that Bob's done. Completely fallacious and rebuttal.
This is an example of a modus tollens argument. Now, the flat earth could use a modus tollens argument to disprove this by demonstrating that the shortest distance between any 2 points on the surface of the earth is a straight line.
like a ruler. And for instance, I don't want to be giving it away in case there's any flat earthers out there that want to put up a rebuttal to Bob.
Yes,
but a ruler might suffice.
I can even put the ruler on the ground.
Yeah.
He's talking about Earth. Okay,
Yes.
so I put ruler on the Earth and I have the shortest distance between 2 points
Straight
on
line.
the ruler, yes, on the scale, and this is straight line. So
Yeah, it's like you go like what do you mean? A meter?
could be meter,
Yeah,
yeah.
it could be a meter. What about a mile? Is a mile the shortest distance between 2 points? Who knows? So we've got a genius on our hands here.
Maybe he would go on after this. It doesn't look there's much time left, but I don't know if he goes on to explain it's shorter than a straight line distance.
Well,
Is that
I
part
think
of the
that's
Great Circle Road?
maybe when the logic, you know, when this was made at about that time, mental breakdown time, obviously. Because
He said
yeah,
he did it
he
shorter than a straight line distance. Part of the logic, man.
Yeah.
QED.
Works.
QED.
Yeah.
Shortest distance is a great circle. Shorter than a straight line.
Yeah, right. So our vertical, is that a straight line, Rumpus, in the shortest distance? I think
Is
it's
it vertical?
vertical, a plumb bob would be shortest distance from A to B.
Yeah,
Just
some vertical
giving
data.
flat earthers hints on how to rebut the master logician, dogmatician, we'd have to say. This is completely dogmatic fallacies that he's putting out here. He has to.
It is brilliant because, as you point out, what he just said is absolutely true. You should play it again. He's 100% right. 100% right.
Yeah.
In other words, a non-great circle distance. So their work is cut out for them.
Their work is cut out for them.
Yeah, their work is cut
You have to
out
come
for
up with a
them.
straight line.
Right, so here we go. This is.
Gonna be a
I
tough
think
one.
I put it at the beginning because I knew what we go.
Let's go ahead and have a look at an example that I've been using a lot of lately. Here's
Right, so this is an example he's been using a lot of lately. 2 years ago. Don't know whether he's still using it, whether that lately has gone to present time. We don't know. But, I mean, here's the argument in full.
my argument. If and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance. Q, the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere.
What's the Rumpus says? Bob's talking about distance along the ground. No. It just says any shortest distance between any 2 points.
Yes, this is point where he's committing another fallacy within conditional statement. Because forget for a second about modus ponens, his modus ponens, and just take it as just simple conditional. So we have if, then. This is conditional statement. And we should have antecedent and consequent. So if the Earth is a sphere, then the shortest distance between any 2 points, not on a sphere, because he's not talking about sphere here. So his consequent is not consequent, because he should say that on sphere, but he's not saying on sphere. He's just saying that the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction, so not on a sphere, would be a great circle. This is nonsense and non sequitur. He should say that then on the sphere, this distance would be a great circle because we are on the sphere, but he's not saying that. In his consequent is no sphere. He's not talking about sphere. So he is implying that if we have a sphere Earth, therefore Euclidean geometry is bending. This is what he's saying. In fact, any lines are bending because it's just in the air, for example.
I've been saying this. This is stolen concept fallacy, right? There'd be no need for them to make non-Euclidean geometry if this were indeed true, but it's not. It's a complete fallacy, but at least he's got Rumpus in to defend him. Good lad, Rumpus. How's he doing in the chat? Has anyone... Can we mark Rumpus on how well he's defending Bob's argument?
No, he's discussing something with Page because I think that it is undefendable.
Yeah.
You cannot defend it. Because I would say that if, for example, Flat Earth Math could try to defend, he would be already here.
Yeah.
But I think that nobody will come to defend because this is so bad.
This is Bob the science guy, right? This is science. He's Blue Marble Science's best friend. Bob the science guy and Blue Marble Science have done all of the debunks on that website, right? That's their job. They're debunking. So surely Blue Marble Science or Rumpus or, Simon Dan should be able to come and debunk us going over this Bob's logic, right? We're the ones that need to be debunked now, obviously.
Rumpus says Bob does not understand logic properly.
Oh.
That's Rumpus.
Yeah, I mean, that's obvious.
Yes, I would say that this is very delicate.
Rumpus can even see that, then it must be obvious.
It's pretty clear.
Just about everyone that Bob hasn't got a clue about. Like Rumpus. Nicely honest of you there, Rumpus. Feel free to take a mulligan, right? Because Bob's one of the big shadow giants, right? You can't be felling your own shadow giants, dimming their light. Should have crispy shadows, right? But it looks like Rumpus is...
he's too busy ad-homing Page.
Turning Bob's light off. Just sort of putting him on a dimmer. Let's listen to it. I think this is great. You should be proud of people like this, Rumpus. In the community. This is how far we've come. We've been doing logic for a few years. And this was 2 years ago. I'm surprised that they kept it hidden.
Let's go ahead and have a look at an example that I've been using a lot of lately. Here's my argument. If and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance. Q, the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. This is an example of a modus tollens argument. Now, the flat Earth could use a modus tollens argument to disprove this by demonstrating that the shortest distance between any 2 points on the surface of the Earth is a straight line. In other words, a non-great circle distance. So their work is cut out.
He's 100% right.
Yeah,
he's 100% right.
You could falsify that particular argument by showing the shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line. So thank you, Bob.
Wonder if anybody can come up with a that modus tollens. We'll have to see.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if there is any budding flat. See, because what this sort of does, the way Bob does this is, right, if you come up now with a modus tollens, a rebuttal to this argument, Bob will probably reserve the right to call you a flat earther.
I think so.
Yeah, because that's what he's like. He's offered it, not to just anyone. Because like I showed this to my missus. I quite do that, and she's like my link to normality. People that aren't aware of this ridiculous stuff, because I try and keep it away from normal people. They're not really interested in this. Normal people. It's more of a fascination, a personal fascination that people get within this arena. You get hooked on it. You can't really stop it. But like I say, for me, it's trying to understand what goes on in the mind of people. It's a study, a real study, and it fascinates me. But why would Bob offer up a shortest? What sort of a conversation could possibly come from this? Because it didn't take long for my missus to say, well, the shortest distance is a straight line, isn't it? But she was asking me as though it was she was asking me to reassure her after hearing this argument made by this guy. He comes with some sort of authority. It's like a confidence trickster. When people hear something like Bob's just come up with there, they try and make sense of it as though it's a real thing, because he's linked it, the opposite of it, the straight line, to flat earth. So if anybody wants to defend it, are they becoming a flat earther for saying that isn't a meter a straight line?
I think that would be the intent.
A great circle. And then you probably get the rumpus coming with, like, well, you don't understand what he meant. Well, what he meant is the shortest distance between between 2 points.
2 points. And if you ask 99% of people, maybe more, if if they would call a straight line the shortest distance between 2 points, pretty sure everybody would say yes, which means everybody's a flat earther. Imagine that. Unbeknownst to them, just like it's unbeknownst to us.
I'm pretty sure that 99% of people wouldn't be aware that on Bob's model of his spherical Earth, straight lines aren't the shortest distance between 2 points.
Right.
That's the thing I think most people would be more fascinated by hearing. It's like most people would go, "You what?" They'd think that you're mad for saying it. And if you've, or the best person you've got, you know that site that we were talking about that's just filled with Bob the Science Guy debunks and Blue Marble Science debunks and Simon Dan and Fight the Flat Earth. I didn't find a mention of Rumpus. It's almost as though Rumpus hasn't made any videos to contribute anything to any debunking of anything at all. He's more like a YouTube chat skank. That's about as good as much use as Rumpus has ever been. No, it can't. Has never made any arguments. He just goes around saying that people don't understand stuff. And he's come in tonight to tell us that Bob perhaps might not understand logic at all. Like, have any idea of logic. I would say that both Bob and Rumpus cannot employ any logic at all, because they have a model that is derived completely from contradictions and fallacies. Their model is literally built upon these contradictions. That's why we say any proof of a contradiction will prove the dogmatic globe. His globe. The moment you can find a fallacy or a contradiction, you can be sure that it will be able to be linked to the dogmatic globe model and used as a proof. Is everybody happy with the fact that we censor diagrams, which we don't? That's just a lie. But Rumpus is showing you how they're willing to lie, right? He's only doing it for his model. This is a Discord server where we have to censor certain drawings and pictures. If Rumpus wants his gratuitous globe science to be shown, well, we're not allowed to, Rumpus. This is a community server, Discord. Come on in. On the level.live. On the level Discord. Come on in. There's links everywhere. One at the bottom of the video that you're watching right now. One on the website. Come on in. And this is also another thing, like Rumpus is pointing out. Once you accept a contradiction, all contradictions disappear. You can't see any contradictions. You want to hear it once more? This is the Bob's argument. I'm going to redo this and put it out as a short, just so everybody knows.
Let's go ahead and have a look at an example that I've been using a lot of lately. Here's my argument. If and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance. Q, the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. This is an example of a modus tollens argument. Now, the flat Earth could use a modus tollens argument to disprove this by demonstrating that the shortest distance between any 2 points on the surface of the Earth is a straight line. In other words, a non-great circle distance. So their work is cut out for them.
I do like this because it does show you the difference between globgic and the mind within a dogmatician, and the way that can be countered with actual logic. A modus tollens would be simple for this particular argument and would prove, with Bob's logic, that the Earth is not a sphere. You could literally say that with a conclusion with a modus tollens. Flat earthers, it's been offered up by Bob the Science Guy, a globe earth defender, a debunker of notoriety. One of the top 5, I would say. You'd have to give him a position in the top 5 debunkers through popularity. Maybe not on every one of his 5 or 6 channels, YouTube channels, maybe even more. He's got one for his cat now, hasn't he? So feel free. I've not seen him for a bit. Is he all right? Has he been... He's doing a bit of astronomy, I thought. He got a bit of a... Built a bit of a thing down at the bottom end of his garden. Are we betting again? Right, here we go. Back into Discord. Thank you very much for watching that. Going over Bob the Science Guy. Notoriety. People must have heard of Bob the Science Guy. He used to go by the Dr. Bob moniker, but it's questionable whether he's had the doctor thing taken from him or whether he's chosen to take away that. Let me have a look. I've got... I think I made a... Oh, maybe on the other one. I made a meme. Oh. Right, here we go. I've got it. This is the Bob the Science Guy. Oh. Put it in the wrong one. Oh, Rumpus has said Bob is not a significant Glober figure. He used to get at least 2 major things wrong in every video.
Yes, at least.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty obvious. But yeah, wouldn't you say Bob the Science Guy was up there? How many people would you put above Bob the Science Guy? Let's go on. Let's give him a bit of notoriety within this.
Where would he put Betty? I want to know how he'd place Betty and
himself.
Bob.
Yeah, would you place Rumpus, a guy with 0 videos on that website, higher than because I mean I'm basically taking it from the website that we were talking about. You know, like these people that have been promoted by this science guy. There's 2 guys with the science name, and they've taken it upon themselves to be the authority of the debunker. They're pushing their own videos within that website, which I can only come to the conclusion that it's their website. That's what they do. Bob the Science Guy and Blue Marble Science promote themselves as debunkers within a website on the internet. It's basically their website, and if it's not their website, then they must pay somebody to do that website for them. A webmaster who takes all of their information and puts it on this website. So there's Simon Dan, Blue Marble Science, Bob the Science Guy. A few mentions from Sly Sparkane and Red's Rhetoric, Fight the Flat Earth. But the majority of it is Bob the Science Guy and Blue Marble Science. So where would everybody place Bob? If you know, if we want to put a hierarchy, or not just a hierarchy, but a notoriety. You know, one that you could sort of depend on to debunk stuff.
Well, clearly, if you're going by that website, I mean, Rumpus doesn't rate the same as Bob, the science guy, does by any means. There's nothing there from Rumpus that I see.
So Rumpus is saying that Bob is not a significant Glober figure. Whereas I would say that as far as the debunkers go, I mean, what's the job of a debunker? Why are the debunkers there? Because if you take Blue Marble Science, I mean, we've looked at his channel. He doesn't do much. He just points fingers at people and gets the donkey and puts oven mitts on his donkey. Doesn't he? And sort of bashes his head against things. It's just some weird sort of stuff that Blue Marble does. What about Bob? What does Bob do? He does debunking. Rumpus doesn't do anything. He just says he's going to do stuff and obviously
never does it.
Lies about it, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can take Rumpus's word for it. I think Bob and his modus ponens and he's offering it up to the flat earthers to, you know, give him a bit of comeback. Yeah, he must be after getting into the argument thing, Bob. And I think Rumpus is just a little bit jealous that Bob's going to be getting a bit of attention within logical arguments, because he's obviously the leading force of logic within.
Well, yeah, and then there was this is a theme maybe, because while Betty hasn't done many videos, if any, I don't know, outside of Blue Marble Science, having him on for presentations or whatever, Rumpus had a problem with
model.
Yeah. But Rumpus had a problem with Betty as well, didn't he? On the logic front.
Oh, I don't know. No, like he's called Betty because Rumpus called him Betty because obviously he's the link to Bedford Levels. That's why he's called Betty. Rumpus was the one that called him Betty.
What about Flat Earth Charles? He definitely has. Rumpus definitely doesn't care for Flat Earth Charles. Does he put him in the same league as Bob, I wonder?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Or Bob in the same league as Flat Earth Charles?
Well, he's definitely made some videos, but I didn't see any of his debunking videos on that Jonah the Scientist Flat Earth lunacy.
They may be behind a little bit. He might be getting ready to put the Jabberwocky stuff up for.
Yeah, might be going solo. He might be doing it all himself.
Could be.
Yeah. Well, wait. That's the point then. This is for everybody that's in here as well. All of you guys in chat. Where would you put Rumpus, as opposed to Bob, the science guy, within the debunking community for the globe? The hierarchy, the notoriety. Does Bob the science guy and his does his word stand for anything within the globe community? Because he's been defending the globe for quite a while. He's been putting a lot of work in, like George did. God rest his soul.
Indeed.
Rumpus isn't just dismissing all of the work that Bob did because he gets a few things wrong in every one of his videos. It's no way to talk to a shadow giant. Talk about the shadow giant. I'd say that there's not many. In my mind, for the people that defend the globe, you've got Simon Dan, obviously, number one. Must be a killer to all of the people that actually do defend the globe because he's useless. It's like his videos are probably the worst. No, I don't know how he manages to do that. Then you've got Professor Dave. He's got millions of
That's not a professor.
Dave Weiss, yeah. Well, he's just relinquished his professorship or the name the professor, because it was obviously a lie. You can't go around calling yourself Professor Dave if you're not actually a professor. So, yeah, obviously, it was just a YouTube character name at the beginning, but then once he started to get more and more subs, he had to admit that he's not actually a professor. He's just Dave. Just Dave Farina now, you know.
Just Dave Farina, the Globe Defender. It doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
No, but he's still got more. He's got more subs and more notoriety, I think, than all of these other people. Right?
Yeah,
so
yeah, for sure.
You've got to put those two at the top. Then, like Paper says, I think McToon, because he's become his own source. He's got his own website with his own citations, wrote by trolls, right? The whole level thing was all made because somebody wanted to get a bit of fame. So that, you know,
that is pretty big.
Yeah,
that's pretty. When you can cite yourself, that's pretty good.
Yeah. And then after that, it's a toss-up, right? I'm possibly swayed because I'm in this arena, but what about everybody else? Where would you do? Would you put Blue and Bob within the next few? I would say so.
I'd put Bob above Blue.
Would you?
Yeah.
There's more Blue videos on that website, but yeah, I think.
Yeah, but are they really debunking?
Notoriety, right? Yeah.
Bob. Yeah.
Bob, he's got the white coat on and he's got the cartoon character. He's got all of that sort of stuff. Blue hasn't got that.
He was Dr. Bob for a while. I mean, that's got some gravitas to it. It might be even better than Professor.
Yeah. Yeah, so you've got to put him up there in the top 5.
I think so, yeah.
So it will be interesting as to how people will react to this logic about how Bob proves the Earth's a sphere with a formal logical fallacy within the affirming the consequent of a modus ponens argument. But people didn't even know the modus ponens affirming the consequent fallacy argument even existed.
Well, I didn't before this.
No.
So I'll speak for me.
No, I mean, the Globe Defenders. It'd be even more interesting as to how many, one, you'd be able to find out how many people have heard of Bob the Science Guy. And 2, how many people would believe that he's one of the top Globe dogmaticians, right, within the logical form. You could see whether they could, whether they would be willing to hold up to his logical argument. How many flat earthers do you reckon there might be out there whenever they see this argument? Bob,
I would say that
might be responsible for making the most flat earthers ever.
I would say that Bob the Science Guy is significant in this arena because in this video he showed that he is mastering his fallacies. Because normally logician is mastering his logic. But he proved himself to be master of fallacies. So I would give him first place.
Yeah.
Here.
It's
That's
what's
a good
needed.
point.
It's what the Globe, Tis Globe needs, isn't it? Globjic.
Yeah.
Logic.
The confidence to fake it till you make it. That's very true. Very true. Bob definitely exudes the confidence of faking it till you make it.
Yeah, the confidence of ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what he lacks in knowledge about logic, he can make up with in just sheer belief, faith that he's somebody else is going to come and help him out. One of the, you know, like there'll be others, right? Like Rumpus. Oh no, Rumpus didn't defend him, did he?
No.
So
Nope,
there will be others, right? I mean, he's got 5,500 people. 685 people put a thumbs up on this video where he did this. So
yeah,
they'll come up and defend him. They're, you know.
Well, they'd have to
for the Globe, isn't it?
I think so. They'd have to defend the modus ponens, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd need to defend the Globe modus ponens for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as if it's a modus ponens that needs defending.
No.
You might call it a logical fallacy if you tried to pretend it was a modus ponens. But it's not. It's a modus ponens. Globgic, logical fallacy. Formal logical fallacy. In the consequent proof. His globe. I think I might change that to "tis globe" at the end. Definitely going to go on the website.
Lakota Wind says Rumpus has gone off to do some damage control with Uncle Bob Bumble.
Yeah, one of the best videos was the shorter than a straight line video, but there's a guy who copyright struck some videos, and I don't know whether any actually disappeared or whether they all lasted. Don't know. I hope my channel's all right. But that's the price you have to pay for saying things about certain people. This shadow giant, Bob the Science Guy, within the community of debunkers, is quite obviously just what the Globe model needs. Fallacies, contradictions, lies, deceit,
dogma,
yeah. That's exactly what the Globe model, the dogmatic Globe model, has been built on and around. Bob's just letting you know. They're confident enough now that they've dismissed the flat earthers, because obviously the Earth's not flat, and therefore tis globe. I mean, look, there's refraction.
Right? And if like Bob says, if refraction, then radius.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and Rumpus has said that refraction is anywhere from like an inch in front of your face. That it's just refracted. It's everywhere. So, Globe defenders, get ready to praise a new master. He's mastered logic in favour of the Globe. We've been saying for all of this time that there is no argument in favour of the Globe. The dogmatic Globe model, obviously. The real Globe has all of the proofs in reality. But this is, we've been talking about the dogmatic Globe, which is the model that Bob's been talking about. And shown that in order to prove it, you have to use fallacies and contradictions. It's the only way to prove the dogmatic Globe model. Logic is the way to sniff out bullshit and to prove a dogmatic model. We prove a dogmatic model by contradiction. He mistakenly said proof by contradiction was modus tollens. It's not. You can prove the dogmatic globe by showing the contradiction. Sometimes called a reductio ad absurdum. But a reductio ad absurdum in normal logic would show the fallacy. But what we're looking for here is an accepted absurdity, an accepted contradiction. We're after a contradiction that has to be, it's required to be accepted within the dogmatic model. And when you can find that, then you've got your proof by contradiction. You can have a proof through the contradiction. Showing the contradiction proves the dogmatic model. There's a new future coming of people understanding logic and seeing that there are a group of people that have, we call them diletheists, but the ones that cannot see contradictions. There's normally some sort of, there's a difference between minds, I think, in modern day times. There's the old logic mind, and then there's the new modern logic. We just need to be able to discuss and do this, but I'm not so sure that there's ever any cross-party interaction within these two logical methods, old logic and new logic. Modern.
I don't think so, because normal logic, when you are using reductio ad absurdum, you are disproving something. So then you can say we have come to conclusion that it is absurd or it is impossibility. Therefore, the thing is disproved. But for modern logicians, like Bob the science guy, this would be proof, not disproof, but proof. So I don't think that
we accept an absurdity. You have to become an absurdity seller, right? And that's what we can do. We can offer the globe, the dogmatic globe, an absurdity so ridiculous that they will have to accept it and incorporate it within their model. Puts you in a good position, that really, bargaining wise.
Yes, but they are happy to take that. So we are giving them contradictions to show that it is absurd, and that proves impossibility of his globe. But they take it as a good thing.
Yeah, that proves it.
Yeah.
That impossibility proves that it must be a globe, right?
Yeah, yeah. I would name it insanity, but this is, new normal, so I don't know.
Madness, I think, is a literal term. Mad. But yeah, I think that's what logic or logos, why it has such a prevalent place within the structure of all societies going back. Or at least all of the great societies had some sort of a structure of logos, logic behind it. Not anymore, though, right? It's been taken away. Modern day has diminished that idea that logic is an all-encompassing thing. And now it's not even a second thought. It's not even a third thought. Pay no consequence to any logic or any reasoning That's pretty sad. Well, they got retired. Do you reckon that's what they've done? They're retired, and that's what they've put all their efforts into. Bob and Blue. Do you reckon they could be the originators of that website?
I guess it's possible.
Hmm. Digital Tom. Does Tom Walbrands that sound like
So many socks out there, you
I
can't
know.
you can't know.
Yeah.
You can't know.
Is he had a go at defending Bob's argument?
I don't think so. I think he's just
avoiding
talking about. Yeah, he just wants to talk about how a water level tool would not be good for distances.
No,
And
it would establish
accusing
a horizontal plane of reference over any distance.
Also accusing Lakota Wind of being a education denier. I don't know how.
Education denier.
Seems to be a fan of university.
Yeah, it does sound a little bit strange, that though. What?
Wow. It is Friday the 13th, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that does sound like spooky, that. Have you got video of it, or are you gonna show us it? Like, can you show video of it, or do you have to be there? And you go, see that one? Used to be over there.
Come out for those of you that aren't reading the live chat in the YouTube, Tom Walbrand, that's most likely not his name, says, come out to Death Valley. That's in California. I show you mountain that moved sideways and one that flipped on its side. That sounds super interesting.
Like that one that flipped on its side would be interesting, because then you'd be able to see how far down it went, wouldn't you? By the fact that it flipped sideways. You mean it like it was vertical, but now it's horizontal?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and then on education, he says, that right, comma, fan of education, comma, learning and knowledge. I'm thinking you may need to do some more education. Try grammar first.
Grammar, yeah, might be a good start.
Grammar would be a really good start.
The beginning of the trivium. Normally for ages 0 to 7-ish, something like that.
Yeah, but it's never too late to learn. I think Tom there would have to agree with that. Never too
always
late.
Educate yourself on everything.
Yes, indeed. Unless he believes you have to go to university to get educated, or else you're not educated.
Yeah.
He could be one of those.
Yeah, education only happens at university.
Mm-hmm.
And why are they obsessed about water? Like, we know how important water is, right? It's one of the most essential things for anybody, and it seems to be something that everything is linked to, right? Density, weights and measures, they're all derived from water. So, I mean, it may have a geometric link somehow, as well as the weights and measures and density and the way they relate it, everything seems to be related to water. So it wouldn't be surprising if they somehow would link geometry in a straight line to water as well. It is very essential. So I can understand your fascination with water. But I don't think, did it have anything to do with the shortest distance between any 2 points? I mean, it's been established that the shortest distance between those 2 points within a water level is a horizontal. And it's everybody sort of agrees with that as a statement.
Tom seems to be putting out some personal information that I'm not sure anybody needs, but
wow,
go right on.
It's got one hand and a few fingers. Where? Yeah. Well, I mean, each to their own, Tom. But it does seem a bit prevalent in that community that you might be in.
It is something I can relate to. My wife actually only has one hand as well, but she types 45 words a minute. Quite good at that kind of stuff. Nevertheless,
So anybody else got any other topics? Any other things anybody wants to go over? What's everybody's idea of Bob and his injection into logic? I think one of the most amazing things is that I managed to find that video.
Yeah, that was pure logos right there. Because you weren't looking for it. That's the thing, right? Yeah. That's part of logos, when you're not looking for something and something just happens to fall in your lap that is incredibly good.
And I have an affinity now with logic. It's sort of a calling, if you will. The benefits I've gained from understanding the most simple first principles of both logic and geometry has given me a new insight and a peace of mind, I think, that's well worth trying to express to other people.
Well, I think it, like we talked about Bob's confidence that he exudes. And I don't know that it's necessarily fake for him, but it certainly was related to shall we say, a fallacious argument that he was putting out. But I think real logic does give you confidence. It can give you confidence in that you're able to prove something to yourself. Now, whether or not anyone else can get that, that's on their own. They have to tread the ground of the logic journey, so to speak. No one can hand it to them. Certainly not Bob.
Yeah, you need to have challenging ideas in order to progress with any sort of different thought, I think. If you never have those challenging things, then you can just go on a dreary path, going over the same things, getting into a monotonous routine, being drone-like. And I'm sure people can understand that, because, I mean, it happens with anyone. Happens modern day in computer games or all sorts of things. Oh, speaking of computer games. Oh, yeah. That's supposed to be game on. That website is, I don't know whether it's trademarked, but I think it ends, all of the rights ended at 22. So I don't know whether it's still going or not. There was an old website that I think I can remember Emma talking about that seemed to get shut down because it was like a Wikipedia thing that anybody could go and add to. So obviously some of the people were just adding all sorts of lies and doxing and all sorts of stuff that gets done to added to this site and these sites. I would call it like it's like an outward display of bigotry, I would say, because they just label people, and sometimes wrongly. And in my case, I'm not a flat earther, yet this group of people want to call me a flat earther. People like Nathan Oakley want to say I'm ashamed to be a flat earther, when he couldn't be further from the truth. I'm definitely not ashamed. I'm just not a flat earther. And it's not as if like I consider flat earther a shameful position to hold, because I don't. You want to call yourself a flat earther, that's fine. You will be expected to say you do hold a contradiction. As long as you're okay understanding that, you can justify a redefinition of the word however you want to do. It seems to be a modern trait also. Redefining words to justify a contradiction. There's many ways to justify contradictions. That's just one of them.
It's one of the ways the false dichotomy in this arena shows itself, right? They're really, in some ways, the same team. And in that way that you're describing, definitely the same team. Because both sides of this false dichotomy will absolutely gladly accept contradiction. And then point to the other side and say, ha, you're accepting the contradictions, look at you. While they're accepting contradictions themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the tricks, isn't it? The trick of the mind to distract people and get them looking in another direction. Because at first, whenever you saw that Bob's argument, you're not initially aware of what's going on. Because it's nonsense. There's something that's not correct. First off, I mean, the if P and then Q, right? That is a normal thing. But then you get added onto that the nonsense of a fallacious conclusion. I don't know what it would be. It's like the third part of the premise, isn't it?
Yep.
Fallacy of affirming the consequent. Now, I'm pretty sure that people have heard that statement said, but it's never really showed itself so obviously as this. This is an example of somebody who is literally affirming the consequent of their own argument. Affirming the consequent. How could you do that? Puts into play, right? If Bob were to make a video that sort of explains he doesn't understand logic, he's making up logic, and he's literally exposing a fallacy in an argument to 5,500 people, if 5,500 people watch the video. Do you reckon 5,500 people watch that video? Do you reckon those are genuine 685 thumbs up?
Can't be. But I mean, well, I say can't be. I don't think so. Anything's possible, I suppose.
Well, and what does that say about society? If 685 people can watch that video and give it a thumbs up and not notice.
Yeah, if it's genuine, right? That's 685 people is what, 12%, 11% of the people that watched it, apparently, that actually took the time to hit the thumbs up. So at the very least, you'd be able to conclude that the 10% of the people that liked it also can't possibly understand logic and don't know. Like I said, unless they were taking the piss and they gave it a thumbs up because, look at Bob making a fool out of himself with a modus ponens. Forgot. I mean, all you'd have to do is try to look up modus ponens. And I know people will tell us that we're being pedantic, but when you're talking about logic, it's pretty important to be precise, even if it takes a little bit longer to get it right. It should be precise.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it. What
I would think.
mathematics was based upon, the preciseness of these results.
But I think far more than 10% of the people wouldn't get that. I mean, we talked about it earlier today. We went through part of this, and it for a while it was even lost on me. I had to rely on Danger, one of the younger guys in our Discord server, to say, "Oh yeah, it's this." So it's easy to miss these things. So I guess there's maybe a point of ignorance is bliss as well, maybe.
Yeah,
which is why you should run after logic.
Yeah, it's just simple understanding. Like, it will definitely help you, as we say, sniff out bullshit.
Mm-hmm. If anything is worth, the whole conversation in the YouTube live chat about education. I think Lakota Wind was saying, basically paraphrasing, that you just, universities just make you regurgitate stuff that you memorize. If there's anything worth memorizing, it's these logic type things like modus tollens, modus ponens, understanding what that means, and so that you can know when someone affirms the consequent and that's not allowed because it's a fallacy. At least then, as you say, you'll be able to sniff out some bullshit. Otherwise, not so much.
Yeah, Lakota's Jonah the scientist does look a bit like Bob. I'll give you that. White coat, similar sort of character. Claims to be a college degree in astronomy, physics, and mathematics, but fails to provide proof. Pretty standard for most of this. Bob doesn't like us. He's like Arwin. He's got a dislike. I don't know why people dislike coming for a conversation, but what is there to fear talking about, right? He's got a logical argument. He's got a proof. Other people have got a proof now to defend.
Well, I think you, in a way, you just pointed it out. Like these are characters, right? These are characters that are set up, many of them to be shadow giants. And if you come in for a conversation and you really don't know what you're talking about, you really don't have a freaking clue. Some people might get the idea that you might be a sophist, or at least a bullshitter, if not a pure sophist. And that would be damaging to the brand, right? You would think, which may be why this was never put out. Maybe why this particular video was hidden.
It must have been put out at some point, though, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I never saw it.
How could it get 5,500 views? I mean, if that's a way to get 5,500 views, there's no wonder that Brian's Logic decided to go on there and debunk one of our videos about.
Yeah, that's right. Brian's on there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I don't think it can just have got all of those views from that one place. I don't think.
Unless they were just bought. Who knows? You never know.
People wouldn't buy views within this arena, subs.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Totally honest. On the level, say. People. Do you want to hear the poll so far?
Oh, go on.
The poll results.
Whether people think.
Yeah, if anybody else wants to get in on it. I don't know if you can or not, if it's over. Is Bob pretending to understand logic? 45 votes.
Oh.
69% said yes. So lower than I would have expected, actually. 20% said no. Bob is not pretending to understand logic. And then 11%, this confuses me. Never mind, Bob.
Yeah.
Which may well be the right answer.
Yeah, that's probably the most honest sort of thing for most, because I think this logic, it confuses everyone, especially when Bob's doing it. And if I can go to places like Nathan Oakley and show them a modus tollens that says that the Earth's not flat, and they can dismiss that too, then isn't that a similar sort of thing? They don't want to take on a modus tollens, which is a very simple logical argument.
Mm-hmm.
So are people cherry picking logic? Is that where we are modern day?
It would not surprise me at all. I mean, modern day people will cherry pick just about anything. Anything that bolsters their argument and gets people on their side for whatever that's worth, because that's all that matters now is clicks, likes, sides. Some people say they're all about the truth, but then they really don't want the truth. We watched a video earlier today about that. Super interesting. So yeah, I don't know. Buster, if you're listening, there's the live chat, YouTube live chat is asking when Buster's playing live next. I don't know when that would be. Thomas said something I'm not going to repeat.
Yeah. I come into the Discord. It's the best chance you're going to get.
Oh, yeah. You may not get it live on YouTube.
Yeah, all weekend. He might be playing. You never know. Definitely your best chance. Come into Discord. Anybody else got any other topics other, can I, because if it's getting a little bit boring, can I put a conversation in the YouTube thing that I went on? We've listened to it once today, just to go over a conversation that we had with a group of flat earthers about the Earth not being flat. But it's a bit of Buster as well. We I have to do that to get this on. Where did I have it? Here we go. Oh, you guys are going to want to... Sorry, Emma. Oh, she's not even around, is she?
No, you weren't playing the game, so she wasn't around. She's not around.
I am playing the game now, though. Okay. Just listen to this for a bit, right? If you're thinking you're getting a bit bored, this is a little conversation we had with some flat earthers.
The truth. Are you fucking high? I'm fucking pissed. Is vertical flat?
It's a question.
Fuck off. Who was that? Who asked that?
That was me. That was Sugar Cookie. That's me.
Oh, what's up, Sugar Cookie? I missed you. How dare you even talk to me?
I got your numbers right here.
Chill the fuck out, man.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
You're not a flat earther. You're a fucking baller, aren't you? You're not a truther. You're a bullshitter, son. You're a fucking baller, aren't you? Circles can look straight.
Don't take advice from fools.
You're a fucking baller, aren't you?
Everything that they say is in vain.
The water flows uphill in an ellipsoidal height system.
Never take advice from fools.
You're a fucking baller, aren't you?
Don't know what they do is in
How
vain.
dare you even talk to me? Sugar Cookie, I missed you. Horizontal or flat. Level, horizontal, flat are all synonymous in the fucking definition because they're axioms.
Chill the fuck out, man.
Sugar Cookie, I missed you.
Obnoxious twat speaking.
Turn up the truth. Are you fucking high?
Everything is relative to
Blue, have you banned Mobius?
Just have to say it in generality.
Probably.
Just like those straight lines of curve.
It's a tangent to a straight line.
Drive down the road, don't you ever swear.
Yeah, I'm just interpreting it in a different way.
Don't know
Sugar Cookie, I missed you.
where all of this goes.
I called you a flat earther.
Never take advice from fools.
Take your hands off your fucking...
Everything that they say is in vain.
There are assholes that just talk bollocks all the time.
Never take advice from fools.
Complete enough to bollocks.
Everything that they do is in vain.
It's about the geometry. Horizontal and level are not geometric aspects.
I am being an arrogant twat. Adam's been drinking a little bit. Give him a break. Look up quibbling fellas.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you're doing. Every single argument you have is a quibbling fellow.
I know the game that you're playing.
Sugar Cookie, I missed you.
And I know exactly what's on your mind.
Your flat Earth geometry.
Your playbook, it's alright.
Sugar Cookie, dumbass. Look up.
Your model dictates what you will find.
Sugar Cookie, I missed you.
I don't know
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
where all of this goes.
Sugar Cookie, I missed you.
Don't take advice from fools.
Flat is curved.
Everything that they say is in vain.
How dare you even talk to me?
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Call QE, Owen, or bang for all your life, yeah? Low life, sore rat, piece of fucking shit. I'm fucking pissed off. Not you, Adam. Don't you fucking speak to me ever again, you piece of shit. I'm fucking pissed. Get the fuck out of here.
Now that is scientific fact. There's no real evidence for it, but it is scientific fact.
Fuck you. Watch the video.
Adam, hold up.
I'm
got a
sorry.
problem. We got a problem. 1 second.
I got triggered.
We got a problem.
Yeah.
Where is Professor? Hey, Bev.
Yeah, man.
Bev.
Yeah, man.
You got big fucking problems, son.
Really?
Me. So, you're a piece of shit. Fuck. You know what you are? You're a fucking baller, aren't you?
What? Where?
You're a fucking baller, aren't you? Bev.
Yeah.
Where is he?
Is that motherfucker right there, that Professor Perpendicular? Is that him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that Bev?
Is that fucking Bev? Yep, it is.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Huh.
Hey, piece of shit, Bev. Why don't you come on Nathan's show on Monday, and I'll meet you there? Because I don't want to do this and not... I want to do it publicly.
Is this not public?
I don't think you... I think you better probably stay in your echo chamber because you shouldn't come out. Because I'm going to catch you outside and look the fuck out. You're through. Just get ready. You two-faced piece of shit.
What?
You got me, sunshine.
I'm talking, Kiwi.
You pretender clown, flat fucking earth. Oh, he's not a flat earther. He's another Gleam idiot. A fucking terrorist sympathizer right there, folks. Professor Perpendicular.
Terrorist sympathizer.
Yeah, he is. He is.
The only one they're terrorizing is their own.
He's got me muted, so you can't
Motherfucker
hear me.
has a
It's just-
3-hour damn... I don't know how many presentations he's had. About 3 hours each on level is flat. Shouldn't that take like 15 fucking seconds, you imbecile? But you let these fucking idiots talk about fucking... They go on, and you would never have them define the fucking terms. Why do you do that? Are you a moron? Fucking clown. I'm going to tear your ass up. So we'll see you Monday.
Did he ever tear your ass up?
Nathan's show. Me and you.
No.
I'll have to wake my ass up early.
Pretty sure he's been torn up by this server many times.
I've been waiting for it.
Take you off. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Sorry about that, Rob. You got that right. I'm sorry, Professor Perpendicular. I am fucking sorry about that. There you go.
Just realised I was muted.
There you go. He was on mute. Sorry.
Oh.
I forgot that when you come in here, you're on mute. Take us off mute.
Yeah, how are you doing there?
Yeah, I'm fucking pretty pissed.
Yeah, it sounded like it.
Doesn't it? With cause. I got
Yeah,
you
'cause you
saying
called
that
out my
the Black
stupid
Swan-
argument.
You've already said this before. I've challenged you on this before, and then you fucking weaseled out of it and said you never said it. But now I got you on tape.
Listen to this.
Saying that the Black Swan's not a flat Earth proof, and you know the flaws of the Black Swan argument?
No longer the #1 flat Earth proof, right?
No, you said it was never a flat Earth proof, and that you know the flaws of the Black Swan argument.
Yep. All of them.
Yep.
So, get that. The Black Swan was never a flat Earth proof. Said by Bev. Noted by QE. And that's why he's having a go at me now. Wasn't Nathan Oakley said that they didn't ever claim it was a flat Earth proof the other day when we were talking about proof of a flat Earth?
Yep.
I specifically asked him about that, and
Three times, and he said,
wasn't.
"Yep, yep." He said 3 times, no.
Yeah.
3 times, no. Not a flat Earth proof.
Yeah, that's documented. So it seems to be a bit of a discrepancy going on here between the flat Earth and the between the flat earthers and the people that derive this fucking stupid argument.
Yeah, because QE was pretty upset that you had said that. It'll come out here in a second, but that you said to PNS that paid National Shill, who's no longer paid apparently, that you didn't think it was a flat Earth proof at all.
Yeah. Not a flat Earth proof because the Earth's not flat. So how can you have a proof of something that doesn't exist, right? So obviously, here we go.
All of them.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So there's more than one flaw, is there?
Yeah. Multiple.
Can you name one flaw?
Floor's yours.
I thought you wanted to wait till Monday.
Yeah, let's wait till Monday. Can you come on Nathan's show on Monday?
I don't know.
I will be there.
Say again?
I said I will be there.
No,
Please,
not
I
you,
wanna hear it
Rob.
now.
Not you,
Everyone
Rob.
shut the fuck up except Bev and me.
Okay.
Bev. So Monday's not a good day.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Oh, me and you, we're gonna have at it.
Okay.
Fisticuffs?
Dude, I just want to know about all those flaws of the Black Swan. I'm really curious now.
You sure you want them airing?
In this? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Most assuredly.
Let's comb those feathers.
Why would we not want them airing? Why haven't they been aired before? If we're truthers, guys. So if there's things we need to address, and you know, let's be honest, the ballers aren't up to it. The only critical appraisal we have is from ourselves. So why wouldn't we? So yeah, from my point of view, no politics aside, yeah, I'd love to hear that because there's some valid weakness in it. Let's look at it. Yeah, because
it sure got all the ballers twisted for a year and a half, right, Adam?
All
right.
They can twist all they like, and
I'm gonna brain drain.
I support. That's me. I just want to make that fully clear here.
Did I come off of mute? That's terrible.
I'm trying to make a point. They can twist all they like, and I expect them to twist. But Bev, everyone, if we've got issues with things and there's flaws in some of the things presenting, then we're all on the same side here. We should be presenting these things to each
all
other
on the same side.
At least privately.
I hate the idea of
if
this
it
Bendy's
weakens
side
our
rule.
argument about a flat Earth.
Don't put me on a
so
side.
I'd encourage the sharing of information, and I look forward. Is it Monday? Look forward to Monday.
They're just technical terms, right? You know the logic sound.
Listen, I got something to do on Monday. Hold on a second. I got something to do on Monday and Wednesday. Let me go check with my wife, and I'll be right back. 1 second.
No, Tuesday's better for me anyway because Monday I've got to work. So Tuesday, I look forward to Tuesday.
Yeah, we're doing this now.
Why can't we do it now?
I look forward to Tuesday.
I want to do it now. It's going to make my drive go by faster.
Yeah, but I think we should wait till Tuesday because we will have a bigger audience.
Yo. They can do it again. The show.
We have one now.
How big's that? I don't really
I'm
care
still
how big
loud.
the audience is.
Yeah.
I'd
Oh my
like to
God,
say
then be
something
quiet
real quick.
because you just stood in opposition
hang on.
to your premise. Get the fuck out of here. Let them speak.
Silenced by
I wasn't stopping anybody from speaking except for Eli. You just attacked me. That was pretty cool.
Well, I mean, you just held two positions at the same time. I'm just saying. You just quit while you're ahead.
What
right?
two positions did I hold?
You said I want the audience, and then you said I don't really care about the audience. So just be quiet.
Well, I would like. I assumed that since the Ballbuster show was over, I thought that the audience had pretty much left. I might be wrong. I'm just on my phone, right? Like, I'm not actually watching the show anymore. I just got unmuted. So I'm sorry, Eli. I just want a bigger audience, but I can take it here nor there. I would just like a bigger audience. I don't see how that's holding two positions.
All right, hold
Sorry,
on.
Eli.
All right, hold on a second. First, I want to apologize. Sometimes I forget that we're in the Ballbusters chat, and if anyone comes in, they're immediately muted. I don't do it and I forget about it.
I'm cool with that, John. I'm sorry. Like I wasn't trying to say like I've been muted the whole time. It's just I have been muted the whole time.
Yeah. That's happened. I'm sorry. That's just the way we have it set up. I didn't do it purposely. So
I know.
My apologies to everyone that was muted that cannot speak. It's unfair if I'm going off on Bev and he can't speak. So I forgot about it. So I apologize about that. Monday, I'm good at 8 o'clock for when Nathan's show starts. Not the early show, but when the main show starts, I'm good for 2 hours. After 2 hours, I got to go. I have an appointment I got to go to.
I'm going to try and wake up early
and
be on the show.
Now, Bev, I'm fucking retired. And I tend to sleep in. Now, I'm going to put my fucking alarm on. And I'm going to be on Nathan's show. I want you to do the same at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. Can you do that?
What we doing is this so you can give me a bollocking publicly?
No, you made a claim, I want you to support your claim.
What claim? The one that you just said after you muted me and then had a shout at me. That claim that I made after that. Yeah?
The black swan flaws.
Bev, who's fucking talking other than Bev? Shut the fuck up.
Darwin. Shut the fuck up,
After I
Darwin.
just told you that I apologize for the muting, because it's automatic when you come into Ballbusters. We do that to protect ourselves on the show. Then you fucking chirp about me muting you.
Yeah.
Right? You know what that tells me right off the bat?
Yeah, I wanted to know when is the claim that I made. The one that you said you were shouting at me for, the one that I didn't claim, or the one that I said where I know the flaws.
Yeah, I'll give it to you right now. Give me 1 second. Are you in Ballbusters live stream?
You text, yeah.
1 second.
And saving clips.
Is this when we was talking to, who was it? Larry or PNS?
There you go.
Okay, let me have a listen.
You don't know. You don't.
Oh,
If you think that the black swan was a flat Earth proof, then
I didn't.
In the same
when
way.
Did I ever say that? I know every one of the flaws of the black. Yeah, go on. So what was that? A flat Earth proof.
You got fucking ears?
Yeah, flat Earth proof.
Okay. You said it wasn't a flat Earth proof, number one.
It's not flat, though, is it?
Okay, it's not a flat Earth proof, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, you knew all the flaws, so that's what we're going to be going over.
Oh, yeah, I know all of the flaws better than he did. That's PNS, you know, that who we were talking to. He doesn't know any logic. He doesn't know anything about it at all.
Oh, I'm not talking about him. I don't give a shit about him.
Well, that's who I was talking to, Kiwi.
I know. I don't care.
What do you mean you don't care?
Oh, my God. Can somebody translate for me?
Detail, as I hopefully outlined before. Detail what your claim was, these flaws.
Yeah.
We want to know the flaws.
I've said it's not a flat Earth proof.
Not.
And it's got many flaws.
Arse, not to fluff yours. I'm not for either of it, yeah?
Right, okay, well, yeah, I don't understand that, Adam, but QE's just found something, shouted at me.
You asked me to clarify a point. Let me clarify my point, right? So we've got the black swan, right? And then we've got you, who I respect as well, Bev, yeah? And you've come out and you've made this statement, which we've just heard. I just played it to myself there. And I want to know those flaws because, you know what? The last thing I want to do is be tripped up down the line by some fucking baller, right, with these flaws. So tell me what they are, because I want to nail them down. So I understand them, and I can either rebut them or accept them.
Okay, this is why I said, are you sure you want to do this publicly on Nathan Oakley's?
Yes, we're truthers.
You said it publicly.
See, listen to him.
You said it publicly.
So you sure you want this to happen?
So yes, we're going to do
Adam?
it publicly. Yes, I am 100% fucking sure. Yes.
Right. So you think this is the best way to do it, QE?
Oh my God. Yes. Yeah.
No, I mean, for you, right? Is this the best way for you to get somebody onto Nathan's?
Yeah.
You'll be there at 8 o'clock, right?
No, you best ask me nicely. Don't fucking tell me to do something like that.
The answer was yes. Well, the answer was yes. Because when Adam was saying we are truthers, right? That means publicly out in the open. Because ballers do things in darkness and secret. So that translates to yes 1,000 times, Bev.
Right, so this is how we do it now. Some people, we go through everything everybody ever says and pick out the little bits that you want. I'm talking to somebody else. And now
you said it publicly.
Yeah, I know. I said it talked to PNS, didn't I?
You said you know the flaws, bruv.
Yes.
You said you know. Well, tell us them.
Right. Well, one of them, you leave refraction in the fucking argument.
Listen, Bev.
It's a logical argument. Been dealing with refraction fucking ages.
Spit the truth, bro.
He's trying to say it.
Can I interject
He's
from
putting
both
it
sides?
in a way like he's got some sort of Damocles to my head, like he's hiding
Adam's
something
upset.
that'll
Oh,
embarrass me. me. He did just say it. You're mad, but he did say it. He was trying. He did just say it. False, if there's something false in the Black Swan, then I want
Not
to
in
hear
the
it.
logic. No. I said that at the beginning. The logic is sound. It's just not been simplified. One, that's a problem with it. It's not been fully simplified to make it easy enough. Two, you've left the ballers' numbers in there so they can just mess about with numbers a bit and change it. And three, you've allowed them to give a refraction argument. And four, the big one, it's based on a we see too far statement.
Bev.
That's that. There you go.
Bev, you
Allowed
understand
the
it's
refraction
a
argument?
modus
Are you
tollens,
serious?
yeah?
He just gave you 4.
Yeah, but I don't know if it was 2 or 3 shows a lack of understanding of modus tollens. Which was the one that you gave them R?
I said the logic.
2 or 3. 2 or 3.
The logic
Which
is
one was it,
sound
number 2 or
within
number
your
3?
logical arguments.
Which
That's all I said.
one?
You hear that, Adam? At the beginning of this, he says, which one was the one that you gave them R? None of them. I didn't even mention that. He's got voices going on in his own head. He's that drunk. He can't even hear what's going on. Madness.
Yeah, I understand. You named 3 or 4 flaws here.
Yeah.
So he should be satisfied. But he's not.
Yeah, he's going to something
satisfied.
that nobody had, right? Nobody even asked for. I don't know why. I mean, I think this is like a Jabberwocky type thing. It's ECV.
They didn't want your simplified version.
I know, they didn't want anything. They're fighting against something that I don't even think they realise at the minute. And all I'm doing is pointing out that they've come out with an argument that has flaws. And because of those flaws, no one can use it. It's an unusable argument anywhere. But I think it's been set up that way. This is flat earth society stuff, if you ask me. All of this sort of stuff. Even down to whatever they're doing in this conversation. They're asking me for, the flaws. I tell them the flaws, and this is
Was
where we
it
go.
number 2 or number 3 where
I said you've got the numbers in it.
Which one was that we got their numbers in it?
You
Which
added
one?
you said it tonight.
Which
curvature
one? Number 2 or number
calculation.
3?
What's wrong with
Which
that?
one? Number 2 or number 3?
The negating Q is the
Number
number.
2. Come on, Bev. Come on, dude.
Right, so here they go. I've just told them. Negating the Q statement in the modus tollens negates the number, not the sphere. So they just change the number. They go, well, let's have a different number. Dead simple. And it's a really easy get out because he set the argument up with numbers in it. Dead obvious. And I think anybody that's ever tried it would actually have the same sort of conclusion as well. It's just useless because of the number.
Dude, come on, man.
The
Come on,
number.
man. Was it number 2 or number 3, man?
What? 2 to 3.
Okay. Number 2.5 was we give them their numbers.
Yeah.
If you think that's a reason, then you don't
Well,
understand.
you've got
modus
1.225. Well, they could just say
that
1.224,
reason,
like they
then
do.
You don't understand
that
the Black
matter?
Swan, my friend. You show a lack. You show genuinely. If that's what you're saying, that's really
Right, so I'm pointing out that they changed that 1.225, which QE put in, which Blue Marble defended those numbers. And QE's about to come in now and tell you about that number.
really. That's like a baller
I said
response.
they changed that.
If that's one of your arguments.
It's not.
Will you
Look,
clarify
dude.
it for me? Will you clarify it for me so I can rebut properly, please? Well, they do use 1.225. Not you, Eli. Not you, Eli.
Yeah?
I mean, this could
Bev,
be a simpler
Eli,
conversation.
shut the fuck up, man.
All right.
Bev, will you?
I think we all need to
Please,
relax,
It's all
though.
right.
Adam,
This is why I said we
Come on, we're on
definitely
the
need
same
relaxes, aren't
side
we?
here.
Will you, Bev, please clarify the point that I say with regards to when you said we're giving them the numbers? Will you make that
Okay, before
statement
you-
again?
no.
Call it two.
Yes, he will.
Oh,
Yes.
fucking white knight, cunt. Shut
Adam,
up.
calm down.
I'm not interested. I want to talk to Bev. I don't want people interrupting while I'm talking.
Did he just
right?
call me a
I want
cunt?
to talk to Bev because this is
Yes,
really
he did.
important, right? Not about
I also
bringing
want to
Bev
address
down.
Bev.
Not
I think I
about
missed
bringing
that.
Bev down.
You
Not
must
about
do.
bringing QE down. But actually, if we're going to be attacked on a point,
He's
right,
been doing
there's a
nobody.
point.
Dude, who was the
Whether
one
it's
that
a
was
point-
attacked, Adam? Come on.
Right. So,
Right.
So, Bev, answer my question then. Whether it's point 2, 2.5, or 3. When you say one of the problems is giving them their numbers, could you please elaborate on that point and explain why that's one of the issues, please?
Because they just
yes,
changed
before you do that,
the
Bev.
number.
Oh, Bev! Who else is talking?
All right, I'm making a
Adam?
brew. All right, you keep going.
No,
Bev,
Rob,
Bev,
man.
Bev.
Let Bev talk, please.
I will.
Needed. You're not needed.
Adam, you need to fucking relax, please. I am a
you
part
need
of
to
this
stay
conversation
out
as
of
well.
Conversation that
I am a
doesn't
part of
involve
this
you. Why are
conversation.
you white
Yes,
knighting?
it does.
What's it got
I'm
to
not
do with
white
it?
knighting. I would like Bev
Oh,
to
fuck off.
give
Not
us
you.
his rendition
Serious, dude.
of the argument.
Rob,
They don't want
this
it
is QE talking.
simplified.
Rob,
I'm a back off. I said what I had to say. I will now back off.
thank you. No one fucking cared I was talking, right?
I waited till you were done.
No, you didn't. You kept putting in constantly, chipping in. Like
Stop.
some
It's not
baller.
as if this normal
Shocking
procedure.
behaviour. Stop. Shocking.
Adam.
I'd afford you better respect than that, Rob.
Adam.
Always.
Adam.
No, fuck off.
Boy, after calling me a
It's very
cunt.
rare. I blow my
Yeah.
trumpet, right? But this is, but QE, I'm half your volume, so bollocks, right? It's very rare. I
But
blow
he,
my trumpet.
I
Why the
really
fuck?
hate Fluffer. He gave you the answer the first time, and then this happened because you didn't just accept it and go off it. He said they could change it to 1.224. All right, you listen to what he's saying. He gave you the answer already. Just continue, please.
Just Bev and Adam, please.
I'm sorry, Adam. I shouldn't have been
Go ahead,
sorry. You
Adam.
called me a cunt.
I apologise for the alrightness. It's frustrating, guys. Right, but I'm not in this to drag Bev down or anyone. There's a point here with regards to the Black Swan, okay? And I want to get to the truth of it. And one of the points that was put to me, which concerns me, that I heard in what Bev said, was what I just outlined. And I'd like that addressing, please. Bev.
Right, I've made me brew now. So, the numbers part, if you want to know about the numbers, is you've left the numbers in there. They have numbers and they can play with them. They'll just say, well, the accuracy of the 1.225 means you've got a variance of 0.005 either way. So, you know, the numbers may not actually be right, so therefore invalid.
I'd pick a new argument if I were you.
Dude, we've had to deal with the Black Swan. Now, I like it because of the logic. But I know that none of the ballers deal with the logical argument. They get around it. So I've got many problems with the Black Swan.
How is
Bev,
that a counter-argument?
then this is my concern, Bev. Yeah? The whole crux of the modus tollens is the logic.
Mm-hmm.
For you to make a statement with regards to you leave the numbers in, that's the point of the logic. We hold them to their numbers. Do you understand the Black Swan?
Absolutely.
Argument. Do you understand modus tollens?
Absolutely.
Why would you put that argument in then?
Put what argument in?
What you've just outlined.
Because the numbers
Why do
are
you
in
leave
it.
the numbers in?
The numbers are in that one. That statement. The
Do you
numbers are in
understand
it.
why? Can you?
So why is it an argument for me to say, I think it's a flaw for you to add numbers into it because they can just change the numbers like they do? Why is that an argument to Adam? It's almost as if I don't really understand what the argument is. It's just a flaw within the argument that we're pointing out that he asked us for.
Do you understand why I have an objection on what I'm saying to you? Do you understand?
Yeah, it's your
with
baby.
regard
The
to
Black
Moses
Swan's your
Collins?
baby, but it's not.
Yeah.
Actually, it's
No,
not the Black Swan.
Don't cheap ad on me. No need.
Bev.
No need. You're better than that, Bev. Do you understand
Give them-
why I have? Do you understand why
He
I have
called
an
it an
objection?
add-on that you said it was
with
his art,
regards
baby.
to you saying there's no need for the numbers in a modus tollens logical syllogism? Yeah. Do you understand why
It's not
within
syllogism.
that
Yeah.
modus tollens the numbers are important?
The numbers are in the the numbers are still in it. I know.
No,
So
why they're
within the
I
logical
did say-
syllogism,
No,
do
not
you
whether
accept
they're
then
in there,
within
why
the
they're
I did
logical?
say that
within
that
the
one
modus
with the logic
tollens-
was sound. Didn't I? You
within
heard
the
me say
modus
that at the
tollens,
beginning.
Within the modus tollens, then, are the numbers important to define the argument?
Within the modus tollens, no, but within that argument
No,
that
they're
you've
not.
made,
They're-
the
Oh,
numbers
hold up.
are
You said no.
important.
Hold
Yes.
up, hold up. I forget. There's no point carrying on when you said within the modus tollens, no. Can you explain why the definition of their argument isn't important within the modus tollens?
No.
Why it's not important for
Right.
to define their ball, please?
Okay. Are we talking about that particular argument?
I'm talking about your statements, Bev.
Okay, right. Well, so we're not talking about modus tollens in general then, right? We are talking,
No, I'm
about,
talking about your
that
statements, Bev.
particular statement.
your
QEs.
statement.
Are we going to call it
Acting
QEs?
like a baller, mate.
Are we going to call it
Come on.
QEs?
Humility is the point here. We can
See, I'm still asking at this time, what do we call it? Whose argument is it? And what are we talking about, Adam? Are we talking about a general modus tollens, or are we talking about a specific modus tollens? Because it sounds to me like Adam seems to think you have to put numbers in to a modus tollens, which you obviously don't. I'm trying to get clarity out of him. And obviously he's been drinking.
We can go on to points 1, 3, and 4 later, but let's call it point 2. All I'm addressing is point 2 because it's important. Now, either keep going or concede that actually the geometric considerations of their claim are important within the modus tollens. And we can dismiss point 2 then, and we've only got 3 other points of the 4 that you raised.
That's well, I've got many more. Like I say, I've got many more of them.
Ballers, Bev.
Many more.
Because that's what we're here to do.
I've
Ballers.
never done this with the
Not
ballers. I've never had
disingenuous
this
flat
conversation with the ballers.
Are
But
you
I
not
bet there's some in
disingenuous
here
flat
listening now.
We're showing themselves up.
Yeah, there's some in here now, right? Do you want to give this up?
Constantly interrupting. Why?
I've been trying to interrupt. I just want to make this simplified, please. Bev, can you just give us your logical statement?
Okay, my modus tollens.
Please.
Logic, simplified as much as you
That's
can.
it. That's all I want, please.
If the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water must curve, Q. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Therefore, not Q. Not Q, therefore, not P.
Right. So you realize that's a different argument in the formulation of the modus tollens, right? It's not actually a
It is
rebuttal.
a much more simpler modus tollens with no numbers involved in. Eli says, "You do realise that's a different argument, don't you?" Like, yeah, Of course, it's a different
Yeah,
argument.
yes,
Yes,
different.
quite obviously so. But it is a modus tollens, right? It's just an argument that anyone can make.
But that's cool. That's
No
cool.
specific
Hold on. That's cool. Nobody's poo-pooing that. But you've failed to point out a flaw in the argument as presented by QE and many others, myself included. Because when you say, well, they could just change the number, guess
See, that
what?
was an
They're
argument
changing the
presented
argument.
by
And do we
QE
tolerate
and
that?
many others. Like there
Yes
was
or
no
no?
ownership
No,
there to that
dude,
argument.
I know that, right? How far is the logical argument QE's
yes
Black
or
Swan got us?
Are we okay with them changing the argument? Yes or no?
You've already had it. You've already had Spasticus, haven't you? You just changed the radius. That's
No,
all you've
no, not
disproved is
him.
that
Are
radius.
we,
You just have a different...
are we okay with that? Logical thinking beings here. Like if someone said, well, no, water level actually means curve, then you're fucked too. But the bottom line is we are logical thinking beings, right?
Yep.
All right. So that's the argument. The 1.225 is derived from their
given
radius.
numbers.
What's
Yeah, given numbers.
Yes, so with those numbers, the globe, the geometry is defeated.
Yes.
From R. This is
You
from
don't have to convince me. And like I
We don't
said,
have
the
to
logical
convince
argument is sound.
We hear the
So
alternative.
therefore, if you change the numbers, then you're dealing with someone else's argument.
Yeah.
But this argument pertains to the geometry of the presupposed sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles,
Yeah.
which is the same measurement or calculation that they used for the distance to the sun and everything else out there. So this is all we're concerned with.
Yeah, and the end statement is then the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3959.
I agree with you there. I do.
Right, so that
I
what they
hear
say
you.
is that's brilliant. It could be 3954. You know,
Well,
I know how the ballers act, right? And I know that's
and then I would say, well, then you don't
ridiculous.
have a proper orbit around the Earth as they claim. Then NASA's a bunch of
No. He's quibbling nonsensically. It's a quibbling fallacy.
May I say something, please?
No, you can't. Not right now. I just want you to bring these arguments up on Monday. It's not gonna turn out.
QE, no. These aren't arguments for that. These are what the ballers do, right? And the problems that the way the argument's laid out has caused, and the way the ballers get around it.
They don't get around it.
Yeah, they don't talk about it now at all. Nobody talks about it. And it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
shame.
I don't know what you're talking about. Their responses are nonsensical bullshittery.
Yes.
There's no way around the argument. You said the argument's not about the modus tollens, it's about the numbers. Well, the numbers are in the
No, I
modus
said
tollens.
that was one of the
Number one.
problems. I know what a modus tollens, and I said the logic works.
Oh, God. Yeah, the logic works. So the numbers are
QA,
there. Do you understand that the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is the baller's geometry? Do you understand that?
Yeah, but they've changed it. They don't have the 5 in.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but
it
they've just that's
doesn't
it. That's how easy they can get out of
matter.
it. QE.
No, they're not getting out of anything.
Yeah,
This is quibbling nonsensically.
Yeah, it's just a nonsensical
Yeah.
argument. All of it is.
1.224
Everything that we do here
actual
is a nonsensical
moron,
argument. Listen to that. Everything we do here is a nonsensical argument. Telling them right to the faces. For years, if you want to know what happens whenever you tell them, it's all nonsense. All of this. Their argument that they've made up is a nonsense argument. One of the things that I have problem with it. Talking about the not that. The entire thing. All made for a different group of people to counter.
I would also add that because I have heard your conversation with Mr. Sensible, I think, and he pointed out correctly that in this argument, at best, you can disprove radius, and this is why this is one of the flaws, because QE's argument, conclusion from that argument, is that the Earth is not a sphere, which is wrong. This is wrong conclusion. You cannot conclude from this modus tollens that the Earth is a sphere. And by the way, in his modus tollens, this P antecedent is Earth with radius, with given radius. So in fact, what he is doing in consequent, he is dealing only with this number, not the shape of the Earth. But in his last conclusion, with exclamation marks, therefore, Earth is not a sphere. This is non sequitur conclusion. But let's put aside this nonsensical conclusion. You are right about this flaw, because if you are only going to disprove number, you don't disprove the shape. So bowlers, yes, they can play with that, because how much they change the number within this Q statement, it doesn't matter, because they don't change the shape. And originally, the intention of this modus tollens supposedly was to disprove shape of the Earth. And this modus tollens cannot disprove shape of the Earth, only number of radius. And this is good opportunity for bowlers to defend. Yes, as you said, they can change a little bit after comma, let's say, not 1, 2, 2, 5, but 1, 2, 2, 4, or 3, or whatever. And job is done. And they will defend globe. And QE cannot see that. I don't understand why he cannot understand that this is trick.
Yeah.
This is trickery.
Well, that's what these arguments tend to fall into, don't they? You know, whenever you make an argument, whatever argument, there will always be sophists attempting to pick holes within your argument. That's why you have to solidify your argument and make it airtight, right? You just have to lock it down to the most basic you can. So it's a bit hard to get around it. I mean, we've got a few of the arguments ourselves, so it's not as if we're inexperienced about this, but this was a few years ago. 2 years ago, this conversation. And it's about an argument that, you know, obviously still the conversations have never happened. We found out today that it is actually QE's argument. But strange that Blue Marble defended the numbers when, as we've just proved, it's dead easy for you to just change the number. I think QE's going to have a go now in telling us that the number is different anyway. It's got 2 different citations.
Sure.
Bev,
please bring this shit up.
Why would you be concerned about somebody literally just breaking logic apart and changing numbers? Why? It's like, oh no, we need to account for Sean Hawkins' new rebuttal.
Dude, that's not what I'm saying. No, you're making that shit up.
In a roundabout way you are, because but real quick, right before you do, Brian, this is in a roundabout way why we perceive it. No, straight up, this is what you're doing. Because when I asked you, okay, if they change the numbers in any way, then they change the argument. You said yes. But what if they change the argument? Is effectively what you're saying. I said, who cares?
I would say about the whole thing is the whole point of the black swan argument is to show that the horizon is optical and not geometric. And it does that. So it does that because no matter what they do, the horizon will never be consistently in the location they need it to be for their observer height. So that means the horizon is not a geometric location, it's optical. And they can make all the crazy arguments they want about it, because the more crazy their arguments get, the more bizarre they seem to the rest of the general public who will come across
promoted.
So, it's, as far as I would be concerned,
we talk about.
It's a total win.
All right, let's go back to the numbers.
Can I answer some of these questions or not? You all just going to keep talking?
Yeah, just 1 second. We're getting right to the direct point. 6:26, 26 minutes after the hour. This is where we got the numbers from, right? Whether it's 1.224520 billion or just 1.2 doesn't really make a big fucking difference. So, from Andrew Thomas Young, he says 1.23, right? Or times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Or the University of Washington, they give you the big long one there, the 1.22459, but then they just shorten it to 1.2. What's the fucking difference? Nothing.
The difference is 0.01 between those two citations that you've just given. And I've said you change the numbers, or they can change the numbers. And he's got two citations with different fucking numbers.
And hence the ability to get out of what they're claiming is a proof.
Yeah.
A logical proof. If you can undo a logical proof, it's not a logical proof. They don't seem to know that.
Just an argument that he's making that it's got a problem because he's added numbers to it. That's all I'm pointing out with that one particular flaw, right? You've got numbers in it. People will play fucking tricks with numbers. Simple.
Yes, and generally in logic, you don't need number to prove anything. Because you are proving by using subjects and predications.
Yeah, they have mathematics for that reason, don't they? You know, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division with numbers. That's where you get your proof of number from.
Yeah,
logic's different.
Inside logic, you don't need, if you are creating argument, especially a general argument, because shape of the earth is like general argument. It's really not good idea to put tiny numbers to prove anything, because they can be easily disproved, because these numbers may be not true, for example, not correct, not exact.
Yeah, well, they can never be exact by one of the dogmatic standards, right? They say the only number you can't have is the one that you want, because you can't get accurate enough to get it. Well, it's a flaw in number.
Yes, so that's why in logical statement argument, you shouldn't use numbers, at least not that tiny, because these numbers are inside of margin of error anyway. So it is not good idea to put this discrepancy inside of margin of error, because it is very easy to disprove.
And QE's just done the thing where he gives a citation showing that the numbers are different from different sources. That doesn't help him.
The point of that, QE, is that's a point that that needs, from a Socratic point of view, needs quantifying first before you progress within the modus tollens. And that's, you're going to engage with some knobhead baller that's going to go 1.225, 1.2249, or 1.2, and they're going to think that that makes a difference. Then that's something you've got to spend time on early on and engage with them and point out that it makes fuck all difference to your claim.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one
And
of the
then
flaws.
once we accept that point,
Yeah,
we
thanks.
accept that point, come on, dude, I'm talking. Once we accept that point, yeah, we can move on. Now, there's a bit tonight, guys, and I've got to go to bed, but I've heard criticism
Got to go
of the
to
Black
bed.
Swan modus tollens, and I've heard
He's
Bev
too drunk, I think.
give one. And I think if we're going to
Never
go to
gets
Tuesday,
there.
let's hear Bev's and let's hear the Black Swan. And Bev, bring your other 3 points, I think it is now, and let us have a look at yours. And as truthers, we can look at all this and we can critique it, and hopefully all of us get some learning when we take the ballers on. Hopefully, Bev, yeah, Tuesday.
Monday.
No, Tuesday you said, because you were busy Monday.
Monday at 8 in the morning.
Oh, Monday, whatever. But if that's the case, if Bev, you could post your much more simpler version for us, because look, I'm happy to accept a simpler version, and if we can simplify it, which means we help the retardedness of the ballers, then I think that's a great thing. So let's bring that along as well, and let's have that on the debate on Monday morning or Monday.
Thank you, Adam. I'm really sorry for jumping all over you earlier.
All right, bro. It's very rare I get Raji. I don't know why I got triggered, and I'm sorry.
Well, it's like this, lads. If they decide that their radius is of a different size, that means the whole globe is of a different size. That means that all their distances are of a different size.
Yeah.
All their cosmology is different. Everything
I've
is different.
seen it. Yeah.
So,
Mitchell did it, and they can brush it off like dead easy. Like boom, that's it. Dead done. Just different radius, isn't it? That's it.
I just want to hear your flaws because I haven't heard any yet.
Adam's just agreed with me. You have to spend a load of time at the beginning of it dealing with all of these numbers and accuracy marks and all of that.
I did.
That's a
I
flaw
did
of the argument.
I did at the beginning. There's no flaw in that. It just needs clarification.
Yeah, for anybody else using it, I mean. That's
These
what I'm
numbers
saying.
are in all Earth curve calculators for the distance to the horizon, Bev.
I've never dealt with an Earth curve calculator. Fantasy.
Well, that's where they're at.
Yeah.
You
Can I
see
just
the
rebut to
you
that,
see?
please?
Hold on a second, Adam. You see the two citations here.
So there you go, right? You have to introduce people to an Earth curve calculator. It's another one of the flaws of this fucking stupid argument.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what an Earth curve calculator is. It's a fucking fantasy. It's ridiculous to start off with.
Yes, in order to understand this Q in this modus tollens, you have to be really deep into that, let's say, flat Earth debate or for years.
Yeah.
To understand what this number means and how could you use that number to reboot something. It is, yes, that's the flaw.
It's
Because
another
argument should
flaw.
be-
Yeah.
It should be simple. For example, as yours argument, you presented this. There are no numbers. You can just repeat one time for clarification if you heard properly, and that's it. And you understand the argument. You don't need to spend hours or days or months to understand what's going on within argument, because it is simple.
Yeah.
1 minute and you are good.
Yeah, that was the idea of logic to me. And I think, like, I don't know whether I've said it already. I think the whole idea of the modus tollens gets lost
because of the rebuttals that you get for a fucking stupid modus tollens. You've presented a bad argument, and of course that makes it look bad. It makes it really difficult for you to give a modus tollens argument.
Yep, I agree. Yes.
Too many flaws.
Well, what? You have no argument.
I don't know what
What's
we're
your
arguing about.
You said, "Oh my God." You said there was a flaw in the 1.2.
We've just agreed with Adam. It's the same thing that Adam's just said. That's the flaw.
What's the fucking flaw?
That's the flaw.
What's the fucking flaw?
That's the flaw.
What's the fucking flaw?
Wow.
I just said that.
Oh my God.
If we're at the point where, John, give me a sec, yeah. If we're at the point where you're arguing with the baller and they can't move past this description of their ball Earth, yeah, whether they need 1 decimal place, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, yeah, then actually that is a point where, irrespective of your argument, you're asking them to define their geometry. And I think you'd appreciate that, Bev, that Socratically.
Here's another flaw, right? The fact that Adam doesn't seem to understand that you giving numbers and having to explain a model to somebody who's supposed to already hold it should let you know that they haven't got a fucking clue about it either. This is completely made up by Flat Earth Society people in order to have this conversation. It's a ridiculous argument that no one can understand because it's made up of nothing. It's just completely fictitious, the entire thing.
Could I just point out one thing? Just listening to this, you're talking about they asked you what the flaws were. So you were trying to point them out. Adam agrees with you. And QE says that's not an argument. And it's like, you weren't asking for an argument. You were asking for me to point out the flaws.
Yeah.
And it's like you get shit. We get shit around here for being pedantic. You know, all of these, semantics, pedantic, all these words that get bantied about. And it's like, we kind of have to be because they asked for flaws. Now QE's saying you don't have an argument. It's like, you weren't asking for an argument. You were asking for flaws in the argument, and he can't even acknowledge it. Adam did.
Yeah, but it's sort of like they go with it, and then they have to go against it.
I think that QE was very upset because he expected from Adam that he would defend, that Adam would reboot your flaw.
I mean,
and he didn't. He accepted.
Yeah, that I wouldn't divine thoughts on that part, but just the fact that you get shit for defining terms, like now it feels like listen to this. It feels like you have to say, okay, are you guys like, do we need to define what a flaw is in an argument, or are we gonna have to define what an argument is? I mean, that's what it's wild.
Yeah, it's what you're defining what is and what it means. And all we've had these, does get ridiculous, but which side is the most ridiculous is the thing. And how hard is it just to communicate? It's hard work.
There's very little point in continuing in an argument with a baller if you can't define their ball geometry. So I think it's pertinent for whichever modus tollens we're going to look at later.
Good evening, guys. Getting checked in. Inspector, just checking in. How's it going, guys?
Yeah. Now, as John said, whether
I think you're able to. I was listening in.
Let me finish.
It's fucking massive.
Whether
talking, don't you? Jump into the.
I know, because you need to listen
Discord.
so you hear the full point.
Right.
I'll get there. Yeah.
I'm not. Am I not in the Discord already?
I think when we get to the point of where it's 1.2, 1.225,
Okay.
whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
As flat earthers, all of us could just concede the point. Pick a number. 1.2, 1.22, 1.225, 1.224, I don't care. Pick your number. I'll give you that. That's yours. And we move forward from there. But at that point where we graciously give that to them, they define their geometry, right? And that is then useful to hold them to truth within the modus tollens. And that's why we need to do this bit. And that's why you shouldn't skip forwards. You shouldn't allow any conjecture past this point until that has been agreed upon between the two parties for future discussion within the logical argument.
I think the problem here is that he keeps calling it a flaw, even though he says that he agrees with that the argument is sound. But I think what he's trying to get it by is that there's a easier or more understandable modus tollens, and I think he's just calling it a flaw mistakenly, because he said he agrees with the soundness of the argument.
Yeah.
But his modus tollens
just keep
isn't
talking about it. All right, go.
Yeah, modus tollens is just a logical setup. Okay, he can put whatever, he could put cheese and crackers in there. All right, his
But I
argument.
have a proof that level.
No, he cannot.
I know.
Cheese and
Yeah. This
crackers.
is
No,
another one
no.
of those things. Just
So,
like Bob,
Eli-
right?
So Elijah also does not, as Bob, the
Yeah.
science guy, does not understand that the, let's say, background for modus ponens and modus tollens is conditional statement. This is your basis. So you start from conditional statement, and conditional statement itself has to have this causation. So it means that you cannot have cheese and cracks or whatever he was talking about.
Hey guys, I just need a question. Can anybody, maybe Beb or Paper? I want to know the difference between modus tollens and modus ponens, please.
Ponens or ponens, because Bob, the science guy, invented his new version. My conspiratory theory is that maybe it was originally produced in Poland. That's why it's called modus ponens.
Well,
But,
and the fact that it allows a fallacy within the formation of it.
Yes, but we have modus ponens and modus tollens. And in fact, this is a short version of this name, because full name is and should be used, especially for beginners. Modus ponendo ponens, affirming by affirming, because this is indirect proof. This is not direct proof. You are affirming something by affirming something else. So that's why it is ponendo ponens. Ponendo is gerund, gerundium in Latin. For doing something, we have to do something else. And modus tollendo tollens is by denying. In modus ponendo ponens, you are affirming P in order to affirm Q. So you are affirming antecedent, and when you affirmed antecedent, you don't need to affirm consequent separately, because this causation is already there. So all you need is to affirm antecedent. If P, then Q. You affirmed P, that P is true, you don't need to affirm Q, because it is already affirmed.
Yeah, you
because
know
of
that
this
it's
causation.
a necessary consequent that if P is true, then Q is true, right? Because you've set up your if P, then Q correctly. You've minded your P's and Q's, so that already stands as a statement.
Yes, and in modus tollendo tollens, you are denying antecedent by denying consequent. So in this part, you are just leaving alone this antecedent, and the whole job you need to do is to deny consequent. And if you denied consequent, therefore you denied antecedent, because already is causation there. But
Thank
we
you
need-
very much. Thank you very much, Pepper. You made that very clear. Thank you.
I think so. I hope. But Elijah thinks that you can put as P and Q anything. So no causation. If no causation, there is no conditional statement. This is it is called conditional statement because you have to have condition. How you can have conditional statement without condition? It is absurd.
You can't.
Condition for something. So if you want something to be wet, you have to have water. This is condition. For something to be wet, to have water. And Elijah says that nothing, whatever. If whatever, then we don't have condition. If we don't have condition, we don't have conditional. If we don't have conditional, we cannot produce modus ponens or modus tollens. Simple.
Thank you.
At your service.
Is
But
horizontal
your
to go
argument-
with it.
And I said I wouldn't poo-poo it, right? But that has nothing to do with the so-called Black Swan argument, which is also ironclad and logically sound.
Yes.
If you change the
Yes,
numbers,
it is.
you
I've
change
said
the
that.
argument.
Yes.
Right. So
Okay,
there's
then
no
stop
problem.
calling it a flaw.
Well, I think there's loads.
Well, I'm out of here now. I'm out.
Well, wait a second. If you think it's sound, how do you say that there's flaws?
Okay, because one, it's called the Black Swan when it's not. Right? It's the Black Swan has been repurposed now. People now think a black swan is a picture. And I'm not joking.
That's ballers.
Yes.
Retards
Yes.
think that.
Yes.
Well, we don't care what retards think. We're here for making a logically consistent, hopefully scientific in nature statement. What the ballers say and how incredibly easily they mislead themselves is none of our concern.
Okay.
That would be anti-flat earthers, not ballers.
You know what I mean.
Sorry.
Can I make a suggestion here? Can I play conciliary for
There's
just a
no
minute?
way I'm going to go on Monday, right? You can see how aggressive you all are. You, Arwin, Adam, you're all just deep into it.
Adam's been drinking a little bit. Give him a break.
Dude, we had to endure Bob saying that sextants don't utilize triangulation.
Dude, I've just dealt with PhD Tony. Right? We know what crazy is. We all have to deal with it because they're all struggling. There's no need for
Well,
us
can you
to be
clarify-
arguing with each other.
Can you clarify something for me? You say the argument is sound,
Mm-hmm.
but you say there's a lot of flaws in it, though. I don't understand that. Can you please explain that? If it's sound, how can there be flaws?
Jules? When you go into it and you say it's a black swan and then don't point out what the black swan is, you miss the entire point of the logical proposition that's going to go ahead. And I think what we've missed is the chance to teach everyone logic. And instead, we've replaced logic for a picture. And that picture just gets argued about refraction. And it's turned a whole logical proposition with a beautiful geometric argument that nobody even bothers looking at because the ballers are scared. And they use every tactic they can to get out of that argument and addressing that argument. And the black swan QE's argument, gives them every chance to do that. Is that a fair rebuttal to that argument?
Absolutely.
Told straight to
Because
you.
they can argue, as you said, they can argue the numbers. They can argue the numbers. They can argue the fact that it's not a black swan when they call it a black swan. They can argue the 3959 number, because that's not what the conclusion wasn't the premise that was set up in the first place.
You just give a different picture. It's like QE's give a picture.
Yep.
The picture's now called the black swan, and they just give a different picture and say, "Here, here's a different picture."
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Was that Mike Jones?
Where?
Was what Mike Jones?
Who you just asked that question in the video?
No, that was not Mike Jones.
No. No,
It
over
sounded like Mike Jones.
QE. Oh, let's go back. Let's have a listen again.
Oh, like back like 30 seconds. Whoever asked
the
you
ballers
that,
are scared.
By Scrat.
And they use every time.
Oh,
yeah.
This was a guy called Endless, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, endless. It's like he's got a monad.
Yep. Funny that.
Yeah, weird that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Tactic they can to get out of that argument and addressing that argument. And the Black Swan, QE's argument, gives them every chance to do that. That's just me personally.
It sounds like nonsense to me, Bev.
Well, I don't use that. Sounds like nonsense to QE. That's how QE gets out of that statement. Just sounds like nonsense. QE's never actually tried to address an argument. Don't think. Who's the Black Swan argument?
Yeah, your appeal to the Black Swan.
Because it's too hard to give.
The appeal to the Black Swan, if I can continue to speak, or did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? That's fine. We'll see you Monday.
Yeah, I'm not at your beck and call, QE. Don't worry.
Well, then you don't have to. That's fine.
Hey, Bev, do you think you could do me a favor? Make a suggestion here for a sec. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're good, Jesse.
Okay, thank you. Can I make a fucking suggestion that you guys draw your fucking swords, put your swords back in, right? And QE and Bev have a fucking private conversation instead of doing this publicly and giving the fucking ballers what they want. Why don't you, QE, and you, Bev, have a fucking private convo, work this shit out, and we move forward? How about that?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I had a problem with it because he came out with it public first. Right? That's
So be the bigger man.
Be the bigger.
I came out with it public first. Like, no, the argument was there first. That came out first. Not me saying that the argument's got flaws and that it's not a proof of flat Earth. Crazy.
Be the bigger man, QE. Just have a convo, man. Why give the ballers what the fuck they want, bro? Like, I like both of you guys. I respect both of you guys.
Because this is
I
about
don't like
public
this shit.
accountability.
I'm on the same page, Jesse.
I don't like this shit.
I like
That's
both
what
of
I
them.
have to say.
Public accountability.
Oh, Arwen, grow up, man.
Dude, you guys know, right? You guys know that I say I'm not a flat earther. That's because the Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
Right? So how can I have a proof that the Earth is
Yeah.
flat if I know for certain the Earth is not flat?
The Earth is flat. That's your big problem.
There you go. That's a rebuttal.
That's your big problem.
Yeah, that's my problem. The fact that I've got to prove that the Earth's not flat. Here we go.
Have-
This is the Earth. Oh, sorry. Go on.
So proof is a problem now.
Yeah.
Arwen, are you happy with that?
Owen's not watching. Doesn't watch anything like this. Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
Right? So how can I have a proof that the Earth is flat if I know for certain the Earth is not flat?
The Earth is flat. That's your big problem. Yeah. You're going to quibble over topography, right?
Yeah, actual geometry.
We will.
Yep.
Yes.
The flatness
Topography
with
into
it.
QE is
the
quibbling.
relief of the surface. You get it?
You're missing
It's
the
a
forest through the
geometrical
trees, man.
orientation.
We're on the
Flat
same
is
team, guys. We're on the same
I wish I had a better way to
team.
say it.
Yeah.
We're on the
Yes, we
same
are.
fucking team.
Can
Yeah,
you stop
remember.
for a second?
Go on, yeah.
Because
I wish I had a
Arwen
better
said that it is orientation.
Yeah. This is the first time I'd ever even contemplated somebody calling flat an orientation. This was actually eye-opening for me because I was like, oh my God, these guys actually think flat is an orientation.
But he says we're not quibbling over topography. That's the Earth.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, and by the way, how mountain can have orientation, horizontal orientation?
Yeah.
Well, they are measured flat.
They've been doing this for ages, right? They
That's a
talk
joke.
about the underneath of the plate. Flatsoid did the same thing. This, whether they like it or not, is pizza fucking Earth. That's what they're talking about. The bottom edge of the pizza. Everything else is on top of it. Crazy. But, you know,
how do
they've
they
been
not
telling
see the
people for
glaring?
ages.
How did they not see the glaring contradiction when they say, "Well, we're going to quibble over topography"? That's the Earth.
Yeah.
Yes, and by the
but
way,
it's flat Earth.
by the way, we are talking about, because if Arwen is talking about orientation, he's talking about and should be talking about surface of the Earth. We are not talking about body of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
paper.
body-
What's the
Their
surface
Earth
of
is
the
the
Earth?
water. Their surface is the water
It's not.
Yes.
of the Earth. It is.
It's not. It's
Whose
underneath
surface?
that. That's what they're talking
Water-
about. Underneath. Because they're not
Yes,
talking
it's-
about the top. They're talking about the bottom that everything is on. Which is fucking ridiculous, but they can't even see it.
They can't hear themselves say it.
Yeah.
Are we going to quibble over topography?
Hey, Bev, can you explain what underneath the water? What are they saying? Can you explain that more,
They're
please?
saying it's a horizontal plane with topography. Well, what does that mean?
I think I said it, but I think I had the best.
Buster
quote
does it
for
best,
that, but
yes.
it's terrible. I wish I had a better way to do it, but flat Earth minus Earth equals flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way,
Yes,
if they are using word flat, it is visual condition, and what we can see in reality is surface or surfaces of an object. So we can say that the surface of object is flat, like cube. One of the surfaces, cube is not flat, but surfaces of the cube are flat, and they are surfaces. So, and topography is surface, shape of the surface. And it is, of course, not flat. You cannot say that the surface of the Earth is flat.
It upsets flat earthers, this, right? Because they want it to be flat with the topography. They want this to be true because then they can still hold a contradiction that flat Earth doesn't involve the actual Earth. Like Buster says, right? Flat Earth minus the Earth equals this, what they call flat Earth.
Yeah.
They want to
It's a
dismiss
big
topography.
They
and have
don't disagree
something.
with you. I've heard them like QE just said it. Are we going to quibble over topography? Or I think I've heard Nathan and numerous others.
Ooh.
I think what was it? Geo earlier today. We were listening to that. It's like, nobody's denying there's hills and valleys. It's like, okay, yeah.
They just
And
want
then-
it to be flat, but not.
but not flat.
Yeah.
Not the Earth.
They know it's not flat, but they want it to be flat so that they can still be flat earthers. But the Earth obviously isn't flat. So you have to hold a contradiction in order to have both of those things to be true. Leaves you in a proper state of nutsacking, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's a paralogism, but
The thing that gets me is in a little while when you start talking about level being horizontal and you say, the 99% of people are going to understand level is horizontal and they're going to agree with you. They completely hand wave that away, dismiss it. They have to hold on to flat. This is what confuses me about this and makes me think it's all just a psyop and they're part of it. They must be part of it. To me, it's what I'm thinking, because otherwise, why would you want to hold on to that?
Yeah, it's like a red team, blue team, and flat
Yeah.
is one of
Yeah.
the teams, and they have to just
Yeah.
keep saying it and keep holding to it as though that's what they've got.
it's the sports thing. It's like, are you going to cheer for this boxer or that boxer? And it's like the rig's fucking rigged before they even get started.
Right,
And you're
right.
cheering for a boxer. And it's like, come on, guys. Like, just watch it for what it's worth. You have to pick a side. You don't say, oh, this guy's good. I mean, argue all of the points why this guy's going to win or this guy isn't, when it's, I'm not, it could be rigged all along. They've done that. For ages.
World Wrestling Federation.
Yeah, or wrestling.
Yeah,
You can argue
wrestling.
for this wrestler, and it is that obviously is
Wrestling,
it's
yeah.
scripted.
Gav, little question here for you. Do you think all these like Blue Marble Science, whatever, all the top names, Bob Science, do you think they're government ups?
No, they're retired.
No, he's picked a side. He's cheering for a boxer that he doesn't know if the guy, when he walked in the locker room, had a L or W, and he's cheering for him anyway.
I think these guys, right, have to push a narrative. And the only way you can push a not that is to point at something else and say not that. So you set up a false dichotomy and then purposely go after looking for not that. And that's what debunkers do. That's what they've done. They're just the people that these people pick on. Maybe justified. Maybe some of them have been put there so that they can play this backwards and forwards game, because it seems like that's pretty obvious, right?
They're feeding the sheep, these guys, I think, for me.
The what?
They're feeding the sheep.
I don't know what that means.
Like they're feeding the sheep because they're giving everybody. You said the other day, like Bob. Last night I watched your video, and you got 5,000 views.
Yeah,
that's just feeding sheep. Bullshit. Feeding bullshit.
Well, you think 5,500 people actually watched the video?
No, but he got 636 likes.
Do you think they're genuine likes? Or do you think
No, I
this
don't think so.
exposes a bigger sort of game, that these people are getting likes and views to make it seem like they're bullshit, which is obviously fallacies within logic, is liked by people? They're pushing a fake narrative. It's just pushing parallelisms to people. And people are feeding it, right?
Flat Earth Society all the way.
Well,
100%.
Well, again, I'd say Flat Earth Society, but when you think of it, you think, who are the people that are watching this? And what is their conclusion to watching a Blue Marble debunk of something we say? Like, let's say we say level is horizontal. And here's the proof. Blue Marble does a debunk. 5,000 people watch it. He doesn't get as many numbers as Dr. Bob. Oh, sorry, Bob, the science guy. He gets more views than Blue Marble. So let's say 2,000, 3,000 views of a debunk of level being horizontal. Now, what does that group of people get from this?
Fuck all.
Yeah, I don't think they get anything from it other than the fact that they can then point and say, well, Blue Marble's debunked that. So Blue Marble gets himself a name within this community as a guy that, well, has he debunked level being horizontal, or would he have debunked what Bev says? Or what On the Level says, or somebody else from On the Level? Like, what is it that these people are debunking? I'm not too sure.
Not.
Not too sure what.
My phone and my computer is corrupt anyway with flat earth ballers and everything. The other day, when I tell you a story, Bev, the other day I asked my daughter, can I go on your phone? And, you know, she said yes. So I just went into flat earth research.
Oh, you put flat earth search on your daughter's phone?
What's the state of the globe? I did a little bit of research. No, I didn't. But no, yeah, I did actually. I did flat earth.
I'm sorry to laugh, but that's funny.
No, Bev, I got the usual shit. And then I'll go level earth. Right, level horizontal, and everything. I got more shit on my daughter's phone than I did in my phone. I think my phone's corrupt. You know? Because I do so much research and that shit. But then I did try thinking YouTube. You're about fucking 80 fucking things down. You're a fucking massive down. I came up with Blue Marble Science, all this shit, you know. And like, it's crazy.
Yeah, anybody searches my name on Google or whatever, then because of the smear job that these guys have done, you will get all of their debunks and Jonah the scientist and that website. All of that stuff will come up first.
What's that guy called? The English guy with his dog on the sofa. What's his name? Can't remember. When I typed in Bev try thinking, he fucking Google came up with this guy on the sofa, an English guy, debunking you. Fucking hell, they're debunking us.
See, I don't even get notifications for anything. People can just take anything that we do. And I don't even get notified by YouTube that people have taken anything and they're going over it or whatever. It's because of the job that these guys have done. Completely hidden us. Like Nathan Oakley moans about being hidden. He doesn't know anything about it.
But anyway, Bev, I'm in a chat on Facebook. It's called Flat Earth, whatever. It's just a little chat, you know. Everybody has fucking shit, whatever. But I'm with this guy, right? Prepared to pay $20,000 if I can zoom into the boat after 5 miles. He says he can work. He goes over the curve. I don't have a camera, right? And he says he's prepared. I put it in chat there on this evening. He can get a lawyer and everything. If anybody I says, I can put you into a team. We can do that. And he says, right, okay, if you can do that, he's going to get lawyers, going to draw up a contract. If Try Thinking can pull over a boat, that goes over the horizon, and if we can zoom in on that boat, Try Thinking can win 20,000 euros.
Yeah, but I've heard this before. The proviso is that you have to be proving the flat Earth, and I'm not going to do that with a picture. Like, you can't do it.
No, but
it
Bev,
means nothing. It's
that'd be the
ridiculous
channel.
that you can take a picture. Anyone can do it.
No, do it, Yoda. Do it, the sun, and zoom in. Draw up the contract with that guy. I'll put your name in. Right, you want a contract? He's in America. Zoom in with your son's video, and we get a boat that's whatever, 11 miles out, and zoom in again, and you get her. You earn 20,000 euros for the channel, and you put that on live.
Well, we've already got pictures like that. Already, they exist in reality. Everybody knows this sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well,
It just gives them a chance to have an argument about Earth shape, and it's got nothing to do with Earth shape. And once again, we're talking of images. It means nothing. In the
when you're doing it
realms
live,
of
it has to be.
Ranty is where we put images.
Yeah.
Always have. That's what Ranty came to do. To make it out as though a picture means something. QE did it with this argument. He put a picture there and opened up a world of pain for everyone. Stanley took a few pictures.
But you know yourself, Bev, when you zoom in, you can do it. With a good camera. Your son and yourself, you have all the cameras I got, fuck all. But you can zoom in and you can see miles away.
Yeah.
You can see it. I've seen it, but you did. So there's 20,000 euros, $20,000 there for you guys. If you want.
Tell him to come over. We'll have a word.
Yeah.
There's loads of people
I'll
over
tell
here
him
with
come over.
cameras. It's probably one of the
and you
best
guys-
places for cameras and shit like that. We got
Yeah.
Bedford as well, haven't we?
I'll tell him to come in, I'll give him the link. I'll tell him to come in. He's willing to do $20,000 if we can zoom in on a boat over the horizon. That'd be fucking simple for you guys.
Yeah.
With Yoda and your camera.
We get on with
Huh?
this.
No, over the horizon. Sorry. What is it? What you call that? It's perspective. You can only see as far as you can see. But with a good camera, with like P900 or P1000, P1000, we can see things we don't see.
Yeah, you can. Well, you can see stuff wherever if it's there, you can see it.
I understand that. Turn up the truth. Sorry about that. Let me give you my
always turn up coming
public service announcement. Everyone that comes in Ballbusters is automatically on mute. So I didn't do it
I think this is
purposely.
the
We
first
just do
bit
it to
of turn
protect
up,
the
though.
show. So you're off mute now, sir. You can speak.
Oh, I already knew that. I knew the going rate of things.
And nobody wants to hear turn up anyway.
Fuck you, lad.
Look, from an everyday point
I
of
love you,
view,
Turnip.
from an everyday point of view, in your everyday life, the Earth has ups and downs, has elevation rises and falls, but as a baseline, the zero baseline of that is a horizontal, and that's flat. So
Level
it
is
is as an
horizontal,
aspect,
zero baseline.
as an aspect, it's flat. As a greater aspect, let's say, in the great, if we're talking about the greater Earth itself, when you go up high, just like when you go up high, you don't see all these undulations. You see flat. But when you're on the ground at the size we're at, we see undulation.
I don't go
We
up
see
there.
elevation. Well, it doesn't matter.
I can remember when I was having a chat with Flatsoid about proof, and Flatsoid said the base of the plate, and I've since been looking to find a plate with a flat base. I don't think they exist. They all seem to have ridges on them. Pretty sure it's for glazing within the firing process. the reason plates don't have flat bases. But that's what Flatzoid was saying was the bit that was flat, the base.
No, this it has nothing to do with Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get out of here. But thanks for the reminiscing today, Bev. I
All right.
really enjoyed it. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Will do. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the actual shape of the Earth that you can see. They're talking about something you can't see.
Yes, this plane or line, you cannot see that. This is not object. Line is not an object, and horizontal line even is not an object. And we are talking about physical reality of the Earth, and Earth has surface, and surface is not flat. It doesn't matter if you go up. Yes, it is true that if you are high and you look down on the Earth, it seems flat because this is your angle of view, that everything, you cannot see elevations because you are looking from up to down, from bird, let's say, point of view. Yes, but it doesn't make a mountain flat. We just cannot see this elevation from that angle. But from Earth, we can see that. So we know that the Earth is not flat. So Brian's logic argument is just referring to different perspective. That from different perspective, we wouldn't see elevations. But we live on Earth. We don't fly in the air normally. Normally, we live on Earth. And from this perspective, we can see that there are changes in elevations. So,
but they're talking about under the base.
Yes, it's even worse.
They keep changing it. They're all over the place. It's like, you know, we've said about the dogmatic globe model, right? Although it all has the same numbers that they all have to go with, everybody's individual model within the mind is different, and they can never communicate about that with each other, expressed with the drop and the hump of a water level, the imagined position of the water. Everybody has their own ideas of how it works until the point that they stop thinking about it and dismiss it.
For me, this is, for example, if Rob is saying that he is flat earther, but he knows that the Earth is not flat, it means that this is just fancy name. Just, yes, fancy name, you can say. You can call universe or Earth whatever you like. But QE said that he is flat earther because he said that. The Earth is flat. So
he also asked, "Are we going to quibble over topography?"
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say that I would understand people saying like Rob, "I'm flat earther. It is fancy name, but I know that the Earth is not flat. So I would not argue about shape of the Earth because I have no argument." But QE is saying that Earth is flat. This is statement of fact for him. He's delusional.
Hey Bev, can you just post the link to the Discord channel in live chat, please?
In what? In Discord or?
Yeah, in Discord, please. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can do it on the.
I just want a couple of photos, please. Okay. Thanks.
play this and I'll get that sorted for you.
No matter whether you go up or don't go up, that's true. It's still true that when you do go up, that you see flat. So I understand why you say it's not flat, because technically it has elevations above and below sea level, right?
Yeah,
but
it's not flat.
Sea level, but a table might appear flat to you till you look at it with a microscope. Then it's not flat either.
Yeah,
but it's
everything's
flat
3D in reality. See, why do they do this? We're talking about sea level, and then why does he go to a table?
And microscope,
He said it. He contradict. If you play that over again, hopefully people will hear it. It appears flat, but it's not flat.
Yeah.
Yes,
but we're going to call it flat.
And he's confusing microscopic scale and micro and macro. Okay, macro.
No, I agree 100%. Paper. It's like,
well, it's visual, isn't it? I mean, if you get a microscope, then it'll be visual at that fucking thing because you're looking at it again.
But there's a way bigger problem is that you can see a table. Like I can walk up to a table and I can get a microscope out, or I can get a magnifying glass, micro lens, and I can do that. I can't do that with the Earth.
I can't do that with the Earth.
Yes, that's the problem. So this argument is silly because they are arguing against themselves. Because you can create an argument which is called a fortiori in Latin. So from stronger argument. This is a fortiori because of stronger argument. So it means that if you are proving something more, and that at the same token, you are proving something less. For example, example of proof a fortiori is if you are going to prove that you can walk, that you are not paralyzed, you can walk, then you can run. So you proved more because it is more difficult to run than to walk. So you don't need to prove separately that you can walk because you already proved that you can run, and run is more difficult. So this is proof a fortiori. So Brian's logic don't realize that he is proving a fortiori against his claim, because if we can see in microscopic scale undulations, so if we can see that the table is not flat, it means that we even easier can see that the Earth is not flat. He's arguing against himself. He cannot see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not flat because technically it has elevations above and below sea level, right?
Yeah.
But
it's not flat.
Sea level, a table might appear flat to you till you look at it with a microscope. Then it's not flat either.
Yeah,
but it's
everything's
flat
3D in reality. Yes, I know.
Yeah, but it's flat as an aspect. What else? How else are we going to
just say level is horizontal?
Or the orientation of the Earth
when they're
is a
saying
plane.
the Earth is a globe, when they're saying the Earth is a globe, do we say?
He's saying how else do we say it? You just go with the truth. It's not flat. Level is horizontal. It's not. No big deal.
I don't get it either because the physics stands behind level is horizontal also. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a long time conversation. These are the sort of things that the conversations that aren't really meant to be had, and I'm not surprised that nobody wants to listen to them. It's madness. Crazy.
Oh, how level is horizontal? People go, what the hell are you talking about? It's much easier to just say flat out or horizontal out.
People will agree with you. Level is horizontal. It's provable.
Level and
yeah,
horizontal
but that doesn't make the Earth.
not
But that's not the point I'm making. That's not the point I make.
Right, did you hear that? I thought that was quite telling. Listen to it. People will agree with you. Level is horizontal. It's provable.
Level and
horizontal. Yeah, but that doesn't make the Earth.
But that's not.
He says, yeah, but that doesn't make the Earth.
Not, I think he said not, but he didn't end it.
Yeah, because he was going to say it doesn't make the Earth flat. Like level being horizontal doesn't make the Earth flat. And their outcome is like Bob. Bob wants to have a radius. These guys want to have a flat Earth. So any arguments that don't come up with the Earth being flat is not liked by these people. It's just, it's unfortunate that the Earth isn't flat. They've tied themselves to an argument where they want the conclusion to be that the Earth's flat. They've put themselves in a bad position, almost as bad a position as another group of people that don't have any geometric proof of their model either. Same team, same end goal, I think. They're both after something that they'll never have.
Not the point I'm making. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is as a baseline, it's a horizontal.
Yeah.
As a baseline.
Yeah.
Across thousands of miles.
Yeah.
We all agree, man.
Yeah.
We all agree.
It's flat enough.
99% of the population will agree with you. Level is horizontal. Yes, they will.
Yeah.
So can I ask Brian? Let me ask Bev a question real quick. I want to ask Bev: is the orientation of does it matter of orientation, Bev?
It's horizontal.
Does it matter with orientation?
Guys, hold up.
I can't hear anything because I'm out here 4 people speaking to me.
Hold up, guys. One at a time, please. Thanks. Brian, finish your point, and then Don.
Okay. Thank you, Kiwi. My point is the baseline of all these elevations is a horizontal, right? And that means the baseline of all these elevations is 0 horizontal. That means you can call it a flat Earth if you want. But in our everyday life, there is elevations above and below sea level.
Sounds just like Bob earlier. Because of this, it means you can call it a flat Earth if you want.
Yes, you can call, but this is still non sequitur.
Yeah.
If you call that the Earth is flat because of horizontal, being not Bendyzontal, it is non sequitur. But okay, you can call it like Rob. No problem. We have misnomer. It has nothing to do with geometry, nothing to do with reality, just misnomer, fancy name, okay. But this is not causation. Horizontal doesn't cause Earth being flat. That's why it is non sequitur. You can create argument. You can call Earth whatever you want, but don't say that you have proof for that because of horizontal. It is not a proof. Just fancy name.
He said a baseline. What does that mean, a baseline? That means that proves Earth is flat.
Well, that's what
you're baseline, like
doing,
Earth,
right?
Earth can't be flat.
You try and imagine that baseline, and you're living in a world of fantasy that he wants you to be living in.
Yes, but he said that this baseline is horizontal. So okay, but it's still non sequitur. You cannot prove shape of the Earth because we have horizontal line. It's non sequitur.
No, you can't. No. You can prove your floor is flat, level, but if you take it up 2 meters, you measure your room. You have a table. You have your sofa, everything. You have your fireplace. It's not horizontal.
Yes, and the wall is not horizontal. Yeah, and you can flip your table. and this table surface would be not flat, not horizontal anymore. But it will be
Exactly,
still flat.
Peter, yeah.
Still flat.
Yeah.
Because we're tiny little things walking around on a massive object. That's my point.
Sounds good to me. Can't say I argue with you.
Right. By that same argumentation, the ball Earth isn't a ball because look, there's mountains. It's not a perfect sphere. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, that's one of the arguments I use also.
Hold
yeah.
on, can I finish? It's not about the surface. It's about the geometry. Horizontal and level are not geometric aspects.
Nobody said that.
Are you see?
I get your guys' point when you guys say 3D space, orientation, depth, width, height. But wouldn't a flat plane be orientation and the sphere be otherwise?
Yeah, you could orientate a flat plane, couldn't you?
Yep.
Because a plane is, like, you could call it horizontal as well, couldn't you? And you could also say that horizontal plane is called level, which is what I do.
Level and flat.
Flat.
They always. Hold on a second. Almost exactly. Hold on a second. You keep on saying horizontal and level.
Yeah. See exactly what I did then. Started off with the flat plane to appease them, and I said you could orientate that plane horizontally, and you could call that horizontal plane level. And now they've got a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
They've got a problem with those statements, that chain of events. Go back and do it again, and you can listen to it.
Yep.
Because a plane is, like, you could call it horizontal as well, couldn't you? And you could also say that horizontal plane is called level, which is what I do.
Level and flat.
Flat.
They always. Hold on a second. Almost exactly.
It's like 3 people jumped in after me saying that, and there's nothing wrong with what I said.
Yes, but QE demands that you should add that this level is flat, because he's saying that level is flat. This is his. He repeatedly says that. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, well, I started off with a flat plane to appease them, and said that then you could make it horizontal. But I don't know whether he thought it was already horizontal. I think this was the beginning of me checking to see whether they wanted to orientate flat or whether it was already an orientation. And I just reorientated it to horizontal for him.
You keep on saying horizontal and level.
Yeah.
That's flat.
Technical. Yeah. A plane.
By axiom, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're saying it's not.
So by axiom.
It is property of the plane.
Yeah.
That is flat. That's why we don't need to add this word flat to plane.
And I don't know why he's saying by axiom. There's no axiom that says horizontal or level is horizontal or level is flat is horizontal. That's a definition of something.
Yes, and that would be a rather common notion, not axiom, because it is common notion that plane is flat. You don't need to check that. So it is property of a plane. You don't need to check if a plane is flat or not flat, because it has to be flat because it has no elevation changes or deviation from a straight line or from plane, from itself. So it has to be flat, always, regardless of orientation.
Not flat, but it's horizontal. That's incorrect.
There's mountains, right? Level is horizontal. That's a statement, yes. And there are mountains and valleys which make it not flat.
That's not what we're talking about. You're quibbling.
Yeah, the ballers say exactly the same thing. It's weird that they say that as well.
Look up quibbling fallacy.
You can look it up if you want. I can't find it in my book of fallacies, but
Yeah, I don't think that I know what it means. This word,
quibbling.
Quibbling.
Yeah, quibbling fallacy. That's what he's saying.
What does this word quibbling mean?
I don't know. I think it's some sort of an American slang thing that means, I don't know, slightly pedantic type thing or something to do with that.
Incorrect. I'm the closest to a fucking American. I'm Canadian, and that word doesn't mean fuck all. He made it up on the spot. There you go.
No, I've heard of
Hey,
quibbling.
Bev. Bev, I'm
I
lazy.
honestly would have thought quibbling would have been English, but quibbling's like squabbling, bickering.
Yeah.
So anyway, guys, I'm lazy. Can somebody, Bev, do you already do it? What? Can you post the link to the Discord channel in live chat, please?
I did.
Where? Can you do it again or what? Yeah. I just want to put that up on Facebook because there's a guy coming in. He's going to give us 20,000 euros. Yeah. And he's coming in to talk.
It's on a flat Earth thing, isn't it? I mean, we're not flat Earthers, but hey.
Okay, that's the thing. Yeah. No, it's not. No, I didn't talk about flat Earth. I didn't even mention one thing about flat Earth. Okay, I'm going to copy that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. That's what you're doing. Every single argument you have is a quibbling fallacy.
What do you mean? Every single argument you have is a quibbling fallacy. I mean, that's a slightly broad statement, but I mean, I'm not so sure he's aware of the arguments that we do have. Whether he was aware of any arguments at all, I don't know. I'm not too sure how. I don't know. I can measure elevation changes, and I know how those elevation changes are measured.
Quibbling fallacy. I just told you.
Relative to a level is horizontal.
Yeah. So
we're talking about here. Just for a second, guys.
I don't know what you guys are arguing with us for.
No, Bev.
I think we agree.
You're
my dear Watson, semantics.
Bev, you're talking like topography when for most of the night we've been talking geometry. Now the geometry of it is flat. Yes. Within that geometry, along that flat line, there are certain topographical
geometry is Euclidean
that play out as hills and mountains, but within the geometry,
Euclidean,
it's flat, and I think that's where we need to just stay there.
Euclidean.
To go into discussing how that flat line has holes and undulations along its flatness within the actual geographic surface is kind of a moot point.
It's why I only say about level and horizontal, and that I can prove that, because I know that proof disproves the flatness. There are elevation changes.
So you can't have level and horizontal.
They get really upset when you say, like, I don't go with that because that's got problems with it. Right, it's much better to go with the statements where you can stick to actual facts.
And I am sorry, but Adam Meeken is making a false dichotomy because he opposes topography to geometry. But we live on real Earth. This is physical thing. And topography is property of surface of this real thing that we live on. So you cannot oppose, you cannot put in opposition to real Earth geometry, because geometry is not opposition to it.
Yeah, that's the bit that gets measured. That very bit that they want to take away, like Buster says.
Yes, but he's making opposition. Earth opposite to geometry. It's just, that's why it is false dichotomy. It is not true. So you cannot prove by geometry that Earth is flat, obviously, and you cannot disprove topography either. And topography is just part of your real Earth. And we live on real Earth. It means that real Earth is not flat. Simple. He's talking about some model, non-existing model of flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very strange once you get into this arena.
Without flat, they're all mean the same thing.
No, they're not the same thing because
yes, they are.
Horizontal are not geometry.
Horizontal, flat, and level are by axiom the same fucking thing.
How you can have horizontal?
See, did you hear that? By axiom, they're the same thing. What does that mean?
And the empty statement, completely empty statement.
But
does not mean
you'll
anything.
hear QE rely on this fact that it's an axiom, but it doesn't seem to comport with any axiom that you're available, right? You don't know what he means because it's nonsensical.
Yes, and axiom means that it is self-evident that it is true. It means if he says that level is flat, for example, by axiom, or let's say that this would be his axiom, it means that you cannot disprove that because it is self-evident. There is no way to prove, but it is no way to disprove. But we can disprove that because we can orientate flat being not level, not horizontal. So it means that level means flat, not by axiom. It is just one of the orientation of, let's say, some surface being flat. But if you can have different orientations than level or than horizontal, it means that you cannot say that level is flat by axiom. It is nonsense. It is not an axiom. Because I can disprove, I can show flat without level. It is simple. It cannot be axiom. The axiom means that level, that flat is level. It would be self-evident. So you couldn't imagine even that something being flat being not level. You couldn't imagine that. But I can. I can imagine flat being not level. It means that it cannot be axiom. Simple like that.
Yeah. And it's pretty easy to have flat being not level. You just have it being vertical or any other orientation other than
so it means that it cannot be axiom because axiom is without any exception. You cannot have exceptions to axiom.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Bev,
yeah.
If there's a Mark Robbins that comes into this car tomorrow or later on, that's the guy that wants to give us 20,000 euros or $20,000. Okay, I told him to give me the chat. Mark Robbins is his name. He might have another Discord name. Okay.
Okay. How you can have horizontal and level with all that elevation?
What?
You said let's speak about horizontal and level, not flat. Did I understand well?
Yeah.
And then after you said we have mountains, that is not flat.
Yes. Yes.
And
elevation changes on the mountains, right?
Okay.
Okay, if we have elevation changes mountains, how is that horizontal or level?
Because the tool you use called the level, right, and establishes a horizontal. You then use that horizontal to measure elevation changes of the land. That's how it works.
Serious question.
Yeah, but I understand. But in my understanding, they are the same words. You can use them, three of them, all of them. You can only
level,
change. You can
horizontal.
Say,
Level,
it's also,
horizontal. Hold on,
what
Sasha.
means-
Hold on, Sasha.
Sorry.
Hold on, Sasha. Level, horizontal, and flat.
Yeah, and flat is the two-dimensional representation in reality of a plane in mathematics.
They all mean the same fucking thing is what I'm trying to say.
If there are mountains and an elevation change, it is not a plane.
Geometric, Bev. Topographical, not geometric.
Yeah, like in reality, yes, it's not flat, but
yeah, he's wrong. So I can nail him here or pin down, let's say, because he said flat, level, horizontal are the same. And this is tricky because flat is predication and level is you can say that it is a tool, but you can say also that it is predication also. And horizontal, of course, is predication. Because we have horizontal line, so we are predicating upon line or plane that is horizontal. So we have, let's say, plane, horizontal. This is predication one. Plane being level. Okay, this is second predication. And third predication, that plane is flat. And of course, if we have a plane in horizontal position, this plane would be horizontal, level, and flat. But if you turn this plane 90 degrees into vertical position, it will hold only one of these predications. It is no longer horizontal, so you cannot say that it is horizontal because it is vertical now. So instead of horizontal, it is vertical. You cannot say it is level because vertical is not level. So, but it is still flat. So if you turn this plane, these two predications previously used are no longer, you cannot apply them anymore. But QE said that it means the same. It is not true. It is not the same. You cannot equivocate these three terms because they can occur only on a horizontal position. And being flat applies to any orientation, but horizontal and level applies only to one orientation. So they are three only in horizontal position, but if you change position or orientation rather, it means that they are still flat, but no longer level and no longer horizontal. So he is making false equivocation. He cannot do that because of what I said just now.
Yeah. Level is horizontal. There's no curve in level. I can prove that. I can also use that fact to measure elevation changes.
So, okay, so how is a mountain range level?
It's not.
No. Then why are you saying horizontal and perpendicular and level? Or, I'm sorry.
See, what was that? That
he does.
That was crazy.
Yes, I think that maybe he cornered himself because, as I said before, and he's going with that, he's trying to equivocate flat with orientation. And this is his real problem, because flat is not connected to orientation.
We figured this out ages ago. It's aporia.
Yeah,
It's a pathless path. Like, you think you've got this thing, you go on this journey, it's like you got this, you got that, and you without really the logic or sound thinking, making connections, you're just on a pathless path. That's what you just heard him saying, asking you, why do you say blah, 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 blah?
Yes, and the same thing is for Nathan Oakley, because he imagines that mean sea level is a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So this is the same thing. Bev argued with him for quite a time, long time, and Essie also, etc. So and still he's not convinced. He thinks that mean sea level, which is point on vertical datum, in fact, for him somehow it creates a horizontal plane. And this is the same thing with QE. You cannot convince him that he is wrong, because this is a strong association, just strong association without any logic inside. But
the paralogism.
They cannot give up with this association.
Yeah. I think I'll just do another few minutes and then it'll be time for us.
Sorry, horizontal level.
Level is a tool. It establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, I understand. I didn't fucking ask you what it meant.
You know, in the old days, right?
I don't know. I think we have a different understanding of level then, right?
Yeah, topography
Level,
versus
horizontal,
geometry. Yeah, we
and
do.
flat are all the same fucking thing.
They're not, though.
No, they are not.
But he says he's got it in a dictionary somewhere that they're all synonyms. One of his citations.
And it may be in some meaning, like if someone is saying that I am lying on the ground flat, but yes, but this is just, I would say it is not about a visual surface of an object anymore. So yes, that would be equivocation with orientation, but it doesn't mean anything within these three predications, because if we have already level and already horizontal, so it means that it is flat already, but we can have flat without this orientation. That's the problem. So for me, it is he's making false equivocation here.
Yeah.
Quick.
Yeah, and that's why I say it's not flat. God.
Two-dimensional.
So what's the orientation of the Earth, Bev?
I can move this argument on. After Adam, I said. After Adam.
I've been asking.
Adam.
So what's the orientation of the Earth, Bev?
Yeah. What's
like you're the orator of what the orientation of the Earth is. That's crazy.
Yes, like saying, for example, what is orientation of a ball? You have ball in your hand, and you can turn it around, and how you can determine in what orientation is this ball? Vertical, horizontal, or what?
And all we ever talk about is the orientation of horizontal and vertical. Those are the it's a coordinate system that's set up that works. I don't know.
I don't know any other orientations, right? There's vertical or horizontal or a reference to either vertical or horizontal in a degree or some sort of other relationship. But
yeah,
there's only those two as far as I'm aware of.
In the you're old enough to probably remember this.
Okay.
But before Christmas, you get your Christmas cake and you'd put your marzipan on, and then you'd ice it, and you'd put it all nice and smooth and leave it all the top out nice and flat. Then you get your fork out and you make these little peaks along the top of your flat surface. Okay. Yeah. When I made the peaks, did that stop it being flat, level and perpendicular anymore? Why are we drawing the point being we know what flat.
Why does he bring perpendicular in? Like that's some sort of a Freudian slip, or I don't know why perpendicular's got to do with it.
And he's making the same or very similar analogy like as Flatzoid was doing. So
yeah, the plate.
It is the same. If you are making holes in the cake, and even if this surface of the cake was flat, it is no longer flat because it has holes. So what's the problem? It's just wrong analogy.
Yeah.
And level is
that's a yes. It
as
would.
I said in my first point, surface topography is just a description of the bubbles on the top of that flat surface, and to try and conflate the two seems confusing to me. And as a flat,
to try and conflate the two seems confusing to him. That's probably why he's confused, because he's conflating the two.
Exactly. Yeah.
Flat Earther, why are you drawing? This is
not
like
a flat earther, Adam. It's not flat.
I'm confused as to why you're using it.
I get so mad.
Yeah. Okay, I got two questions.
So I wanted Bev.
I wanted to move
questions or what? Let me go to the toilet. I'll be back in a bit.
Is Earth level?
I have a.
Right, I'll leave it at that for today. We'll go over the rest of that in some other time. Maybe go back over it on Monday. See if anybody wants to take up any conversation about the argument that QE calls the black swan. The idea that flat is an orientation. Yeah, thanks, baby.
Yeah. Okay, I off to bed.
Yeah.
Good night. Thank you very much.
Good night. Right, let's do a Buster song. What have we got? What have we been talking about? Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you very much. It's an insane one. See you on Monday.
I've been doing this for 4 fucking years. You didn't fucking get it by now. Get the fuck out of here.
Off to the rest of your spastics and tell them you can do nothing.
Yeah, you can, you stuttery.
Yes, spastics. Fuck off. Go away. Tell people you can't do anything.
Your stupid globe, and I know you'll never back your claims.
Fuck off. Back to your spastic retard.
Yeah, whatever, Nathan. You're a genius.
That's my fucking argument and demonstration of being a spastic.
Demeaning our argument with statements like, you can do fuck all with an angle.
What can you do with an angle?
Shut up, bitch. Shut your fucking. Nobody was talking.
You shut the fuck up, Nathan.
I'll remove you if you don't shut up while I talk to Beth.
I will do what the fuck I like. Beth, you've been talking. You say to the North, fuck all with an angle, and then mention me in that. You are personally insulted. Therefore, I'm going to take a strip on you based on your ignorance. That's what I'm going to do. Or you stuff. Okay?
So that would be doing something with an angle, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would, you stupid fucking retard. So our problem is with you personally, is with you being stupid, not understanding that you can do something with an angle. An elevation angle may do it from line on the flat plane. But 6, you don't understand this, and you're attempting to demean our argument. Like you can do fuck all with an angle. You can do lots with an angle, unless you're a fucking retard, like you. You can measure your position on Earth by way of elevation angle. That is doing something with an angle.
Zero comprehension of the argument that we put across. Our responses to his mate.
Right, Bev, you can measure and find your position on the flat plane with an elevation angle.
Talk about your 2D surface.
Called Adam Flat Earth Side.
You ain't got no purpose in life.
Self-obsessed little prick. Fuckwits, who told you not to explain the argument? The spastic company you go back to. Did they not comprehend the argument and put it across to you? You're surrounded by fucking retards there. Clearly, we had an argument. I'm giving it to you now. Learn the fucking scientific method or get the fuck out of here.
I'm not surprised. Listen to you lot. You're so fucking mental over a simple geometric fact. You've got a third of a triangle, and yet you're doing magic with it.
Adam, your flat earth society, mate.
It's called Adam Flat Earth Society. Call QE always a wanker all you like, yeah?
Okay, while Bev's here, I just want to say, if you're subscribed to Bev, you're a
Hey,
spastic
fuck
like
off!
Bev, because he's going to make you stupid, like he's making all of us stupid. Unsubscribe to him immediately. Definitely don't give him any money, because the guy's a fucking retard. He's going to make you more stupid, and he's going to either be conveying his stupidity to you to soak up,
Adam,
or he's
your
fucking
flat
lying
earth
to you.
society, mate.
Either way, he's poison.
Flat Earth endorsement. Thank you very much,
Shut up,
Nathan.
Bev, while I tell my audience
So
to
fuck off!
unsubscribe from you and never give you any money.
Oh,
Yeah,
telling
that's
your
what I'm telling
audience.
my audience. While I tell you to shut up, Bev, I'll tell my audience, you, Bev, are a fucking thicko, and nobody should be subscribed to you.
Just living in reality, Nathan. Don't worry.
Shut up, while I tell the audience that you're fucking thick and they so fuck off! Stubborn. Spoiled bitch. Excuse me, Daddy. Adam Flat Earth Society. Kick him out. He's a fucking retard. He doesn't belong here. He's a spastic. Another Adam. He's done his attacks and me, and then Adam again with Adam ones. I haven't just called Bev a spastic. I called Adam Flat Earth Society. Can't do anything with an angle. An angle will be acquired through a star and GP on a plane. That's an argument.
I think you guys are having a communication problem.
No, then we're fucking angle. So fuck off! Dead area. Shut up! Everybody else, shut the fuck up. So fuck off! Yeah, you need other things sometimes. When you oversimplify it to an angle only, that means you don't understand the principle of celestial navigation. That's what we were pointing out there. I think you personally where you get your pants in a bunch about you as an individual. Like we give a fuck. Like we give a fuck about you and your personal problems that our people talk about. You are a wanker, and we will treat you like a wanker because that's how wankers get treated. That's personally. Well, this fucking stupid bitch attacks everybody personally. It's called Adam Flat Earth Society. Describes how the use of an angle to find your position on a flat plane when measuring it through the star of a singular angle at that point is useful because it will use the angle singular to support your position at sea on a plane. So that's an argument. It's not me just calling him thick like you just called Adam Flat Earth Society.
I'm sick of this shit! Not you, Nathan!
Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle from the star. Called Adam Flat Earth Society. What does text do?
Measures angles.
You can do fuck all with an angle, Dad. He says you can do fuck all with an angle, and he is wrong.
Not you, Nathan. I'm talking to everyone.
fucking balls taste, you unbelievable spastic.
Just an angle, Nathan. No need to get upset. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Yeah.
Are we?
You can do fuck all with an angle.
I can demonstrate what you can do with an angle.
You've got one angle. What are you doing with it? What are you? How do you draw a circle with an angle?
You just don't know what.
How do you draw a circle with an angle?
Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle to the star. Communication of an angle that you've measured. That's not doing something with it, right, Bev? You fucking retard, you spastic, you dumbo, you thick fuck.
I did concede.
Shut up, Harwin!
Not much.
You can do fuck